Councillor Boyle.
Good morning, Council, and welcome to the Vancouver City Council meeting of Tuesday, January 25th. This council meeting is being convened by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw, the City of Vancouver electronic meetings. As such, council members may participate in person or by electronic means. Got a bit of echo here in the chambers, clerks. Not sure. Yeah, I mean, you can. Sure, okay. I'll just continue. So if a council member attending by electronic means loses connection during the voting process, staff are available to get you back online quickly while the voting process is suspended. The staff contact information has been circulated to you. Video of council members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected on the live stream when available. I'd like to remind everybody that all staff are participating electronically for this week's meetings. Council members are reminded that in accordance with Section 14.13 of the Procedure Bylaw, members must enable their video to confirm quorum. Of course, as always, we acknowledge we're on the unceded traditional homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. We thank them for having cared for these lands and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I also want to take a moment to recognize the huge contribution of City of Vancouver staff who work hard every day to make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. And clerk, with that, we'll move to the roll call, please.
Yes. Mayor Stewart in the chair, and Councillor Carr. Councillor DeGenova.
Present.
Councillor Fry.
Here.
Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick. Thank you. Councillor Weep.
Present.
Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Dominato.
Present.
Councillor Bly.
Present.
And Councillor Kirby-Young.
Present.
The meeting has quorum, Mayor Stewart, and we are working on that echo.
Okay, thank you so much. Council, I have to start the meeting on a very sad note with condolences for an employee that we lost over the holidays, Gord Deliniak. It's with great sadness that I begin the first council meeting of 2022 with condolences. On January 7th, the city lost one of our engineering colleagues, Gord Deliniak, in a workplace accident that happened at National Yard. Gord was a valuable member of our streets team for 32 years, and we are all mourning his tragic passing. We are very thankful for the effort of Gord's co-workers, Vancouver Fire and Rescue Services, BC Ambulance Services, and the Vancouver Police Department, who responded to this incident and did everything possible to save him. A full investigation is underway, and we will learn from this incident to make all our workplaces safer for our dedicated staff. The most important thing at the city is for all staff to get home safely. On behalf of Vancouver City Council and city staff, I would like to send Gord's family, friends, and colleagues our sincere condolences. If you would, please join me in a moment of silence to remember Gord and to honor his 32 years of service to the city. you, Council. I'm going to move on now with two proclamations. The first proclamation is International Holocaust Remembrance Day. January 27th is the 77th anniversary of the liberation of the Auschwitz-Birkenau camp on January 27th, 1945. The United Nations designated January 27th as International Holocaust Remembrance Day to remember the killing of 6 million Jewish people and 11 million others by the Nazi regime and its collaborators. While we remember the horrors of the Holocaust, we need not look far to understand systemic oppression also occurs today in Vancouver, Canada, and around the world. The hostage-taking at a synagogue in Colleyville, Texas on January 15th, which terrified many across the world, is a recent example of how anti-Semitic attacks are still taking place and reawakens the trauma of previous and increasing acts of anti-Semitism in North America. As we reflect upon this dark period of the Holocaust and remember the atrocities perpetrated by the Nazi regime, Vancouver has the opportunity to join with the Jewish community and all of our citizens to stand against anti-Semitism, hate, and genocide. This year, City Hall, the Burrard Bridge, and many other structures throughout Vancouver will be illuminated yellow on January 27th. The color yellow evokes the memorial candles lit in remembrance of all the victims of the Holocaust, which is an integral part of Holocaust commemorations. I will now read the 2022 International Holocaust Remembrance Day Proclamation. Whereas this year, on International Holocaust Remembrance Day, we commemorate the 77th anniversary of the liberation of Auschwitz-Birkenau. And whereas on January 27th is designated by the United Nations General Assembly and it as International Holocaust Remembrance Day. And whereas since 2005, the UN and its member states have held commemoration ceremonies to mark the anniversary of liberation of Auschwitz-Birkenau to honor the victims and survivors of the Holocaust. And whereas the purpose of International Holocaust Remembrance Day is to serve as a date of the official commemoration of victims of the Nazi regime and to promote Holocaust education throughout the world. And whereas we join with the Vancouver Holocaust Education Center and our Jewish community on an annual day to commemorate and honor the International Holocaust Remembrance Day, now therefore I, Kennedy Stewart, Mayor of the City of Vancouver, do hereby proclaim January 27th, 2022 as International Holocaust Remembrance Day in the City of Vancouver. Thank you. Okay, Council. The next proclamation is a Day of Remembrance and Action on Islamophobia. January 29th is the Day of Remembrance and Action on Islamophobia. We commemorate the 5th anniversary of the shootings at the Islamic Cultural Center Mosque in Quebec City, where a white gunman killed 6 Muslim worshippers and injured several others. The purpose of this day is to serve as an official commemoration of the victims of this horrific act of violence and all victims of Islamophobia, and to promote awareness and education about anti-Muslim hatred. It is more important than ever that from the senseless act of violence remained at the forefront of the public consciousness, so it is never repeated. City Hall and Burrard Street Bridge will be illuminated green, representing the green carpets of the Quebec City Mosque, where the victims of the January 29th, 2017 attack last stood to pray. I will now read the 2022 Day of Remembrance and Action on Islamophobia Proclamation. Whereas on January 29th, 2017, a white gunman entered the Islamic Cultural Center Mosque in Quebec City and opened fire on dozens of Muslim worshippers. And whereas by the time the shooting had ended, 6 people had been tragically killed and 19 more were injured. Ibrahima Berry, Mamadou Tanu Berry, Khalid Belkacemi, Abakar Tabti, Abdel Karim Hassani, and Azadine Sufiani have lost their lives that night. Whereas Muslim communities across Canada were and continue to be affected by this and other acts of hate, racism, and white supremacy, and Islamophobia, including the anti-Islam rally planned for August 19th, 2017, outside Vancouver City Hall. And whereas to commemorate January 29th, Muslim communities in Vancouver have held vigils, discussions, and other events, including an annual vigil during evening prayers at the Vancouver Al Jamia Mosque on 8th Avenue, which is the oldest mosque in British Columbia. Whereas the cities of Toronto, Mississauga, Brampton, Markham, Hamilton, and Windsor have all designated January 29th as a day of remembrance and action on Islamophobia, many municipalities across Canada commemorate the events on January 29th with their Muslim community partners, and there is a nationwide campaign for the federal government to recognize the day nationally. Now, therefore, I, Kennedy Stewart, Mayor of the City of Vancouver, do hereby proclaim January 29th, 2022 as Day of Remembrance and Action on Islamophobia in the City of Vancouver. Okay, Council. The plan for the day. So, given the surge of COVID transmission and reinstallment of our COVID safety plan, the maximum capacity at Council Chamber is limited to 20 persons. The public is strongly encouraged to listen to the proceedings via the city's website or YouTube link and follow along on Twitter at VanCityClerk for updates on the progress of the meeting. Video of council members speaking, presentations, amendments, and vote results will be projected to viewers when available. Any comments on agenda items can be sent to City Council using the web form on the city's website, and that link is also on Twitter. I also want to note the City of Vancouver's long-standing commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including utmost respect for all genders. I remind Council that when addressing speakers and staff, we will avoid using gendered honorifics and instead refer to the person by the first and last name, role, or title. So today, Council, we have 3 administrative items. We have 1 presentation, 1 item of unfinished business, 1 communication, 3 reports, 36 bylaws, 4 administrative motions, 9 council members' motions, notice of council member motions, new business inquiries, and other matters. The plan for the day is to break at noon for lunch until 1 p.m. Then we go in camera from 1 p.m. to 3 p.m. And then we finish the meeting by 5 p.m. as we have a public hearing at 6. Council, there is a lot of stuff to get through today, so I will prompt you throughout the day. I know we're tempted to ask questions and those types of things, which of course you're right, but it is a fairly packed agenda, and I know that councillors usually want to get to the notice of motions and new business, so we'll really have to run a tight ship here to make sure that all happens. Okay, so move to the first motion. Council is required to meet in camera later this week. The reasons and authority on the Vancouver Charter are listed on the agenda. Would someone like to move a motion to go?
So moved.
Okay, I've heard Councillor Dejanova, seconded by Councillor Carr. All in favor say yay.
Yay.
Opposed say
Aye.
nay. Opposed say nay. I hear no nays. Thank you. So that passes unanimously. Council, we have a lot of minutes to get through, six sets of minutes, so we'll just go through those now. Minutes 1 are the minutes of the Special Council Vancouver Plan of September 28th, 2021. Any corrections? Any corrections? No? Okay, we have a mover. Councillor Carr moves. We have a seconder. Seconder, Councillor Dejanova. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. That's passed. Thanks so much. Council, just during this hybrid meeting, I will take a little bit of pauses between verbal votes just to make sure I can hear everybody correctly. And I may call for nays twice, just in case, just to make sure that people have adequate time. Minutes 2 are the minutes of the council meeting of December 7th. Any corrections to the minutes? I don't hear anybody. I have a mover, please.
So moved, Councillor Bly.
I've heard Councillor Hardwick move, seconded by Councillor Bly. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Great, those have passed. Thank you. Minutes 3 are the minutes of the public hearing of December 7th, 2021. Any corrections? Somebody like to move adoption, please? Councillor Hardwick, seconder. Councillor Carr, thank you. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Thank you, those have passed. Minutes 4, the minutes of the council meeting following the Standing Committee on City Finance and Services meeting of December 8th. Any corrections? Mover, please.
Kirby Young.
I think I heard Councillor Kirby Young move with Councillor Weeb second. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Thank you, those have passed. Minutes 5 are the minutes of the public hearing of December 9th. Any corrections in the minutes? Mover, please.
Kirby Young.
Councillor,
Second.
I have Councillor Carr moved with Councillor Kirby-Young second. All those in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Motion passes. Thank you. Last one, minute 6 of the minutes of the council meeting of November 16th and December 14th. Any corrections? No? Mover, please.
Dominato.
Councillor Carr, seconded by Councillor Dominato. All those in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Great, those passed. Just 1 second, Council. We're still having a bit of trouble with the audio. I'll be right back with you. Okay, Council, I'll be moving to the consent agenda. Okay, Council, so we're moving to matters adopted on consent. It does sound, I think the echo's gone. Great, thanks. One communication, one report, and we have communication 1, report 1 and 3 on the consent agenda for consideration. Report 2 has speakers and will be withheld from the consent agenda. And so, just so you know, Council, the communication 1 is the changes to the 2022 Council meeting schedule. Report 1 is the appointment of an external auditor, and report 3 are the cultural grants. Anybody wish to hold these? I have Councillor Dejanova on the queue.
I would like to hold unfinished business, item number 1.
Yeah, that is held anyway, so it's just the...
Oh, sorry, I thought it was on consent.
Oh, that's okay. Thanks. Anybody else want to hold any of these 3? Communications 1, report 1, and 3. If you could use the queue, that would be great. I don't see anybody on the queue, so great. Thanks very much. Councillor Carr has moved adoption. I was going to ask first, though, if anybody has a conflict of interest in any of these. I don't hear any, so we've Councillor Carr has moved adoption. Do we have a seconder? Thank you, Councillor Hardwick. I heard Councillor Hardwick second. All those in favor, yay. Opposed, nay. Great, those have passed. So, Council, just again, we've passed report 1, which is the appointment of an external auditor for 2022. Communication 1, changes to the 2022 Council meeting schedule, and report 3, the 2022 cultural grants. Okay, Council, we're moving on to presentations today. We have one, which is the presentation, is the YVR annual presentation to Council. We have Tamara Vrooman, President and Chief Executive Officer, along with Juggy Sahota, Board of Directors, both from YVR to present this item. So just a reminder to Council, these are no decision today, but you do have up to 5 minutes to ask questions. So can we go ahead with the presentation, please?
Thank you, Council. I'd like to begin by acknowledging that I'm calling in the traditional and unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations, where I've got the privilege and opportunity to live with my family. And good morning. Thank you for having us today. My name is Juggy Sahota, and I'm the Vice President of TELUS Health. I'm also very proud to be serving my first year as the City of Vancouver's nominee to YVR's Board of Directors. It is my privilege to serve our great community. Vancouver and YVR have always been strong partners, more than just an airport. YVR connects our people and our businesses with the world, enabling the flow of ideas, experiences, innovations, and investment. Throughout the last year, as BC dealt with climate change, a fueled crisis, and the ongoing pandemic impacts, YVR remained a lifeline for our businesses and for our residents. The airport kept supply chains open, remote communities connected, and helped people who needed to travel to stay safe and to stay healthy. I was also tremendously proud to see the positive community impact our airport workers had in the community through YVR's partnerships with local health authorities to help operate mass vaccination clinics across Metro Vancouver. And they also hosted one of the largest public COVID-19 testing facilities in the region at YVR. I am pleased to introduce YVR's President and CEO, Tamara Vrooman, today, no doubt a familiar face to many of you. In her short term at the helm of YVR, Tamara has expertly led the airport through one of the most difficult periods in its history. While balancing the immediate impacts of the pandemic, she's also charted a course for a strong, resilient, and sustainable future, including YVR's commitment to be a net zero operation by 2030. I know you're going to find her presentation very informative and inspiring, and with that, I'll now turn it over to Tamara. Tamara.
Thank you so much, Juggy, and thanks to Mayor and Council for this opportunity to present to you. I too am privileged to be joining you from my office at YVR, which is located on Sea Island, which is the traditional and unceded territory of Musqueam. I think you probably know that YVR has a long and lasting partnership with the Musqueam community, including our historic sustainability and friendship agreement, the first of its kind in the country, between an airport and a First Nation and Indigenous community. And I'm privileged to pay my respects to elders in Musqueam community, past and present. I also am delighted to be presenting to Council today. For 9 years, I was also the nominee to the Board of Directors of YVR from the City of Vancouver. So I think in some ways, for better or worse, the fact that I sit here as CEO is directly attributed to Vancouver City Council and the faith that you placed in me to serve on the board. I also am delighted that the city has appointed Juggy to our board. She's been a tremendous contributor in this first year. When you said it was only a year, Juggy, I thought actually it was much, much longer. You've already had a significant impact. So thank you for that willingness to serve and that support. Council, I circulated a report in advance of our meeting today, knowing, as the mayor said, that the time on Council's agenda is always short. I'm thrilled to talk about the many things that we're thinking about going forward, where we've had tremendous success, and also how we're dealing with challenges. But really, I think the best way to proceed here is to allow as much time of your precious time as possible for us to engage in a dialogue. You have my report. It focuses on where we're going. We've also had some media attention as a result of this presentation, talking about our plans to really create a sustainable transport and cargo connecting hub to complement our world-class passenger terminal facilities here at YVR, all in partnership with our community and Musqueam, and dedicated, of course, to our commitment to be net zero by 2030. I would say that net zero commitment is the first of its kind for an airport in North America. And we were only one of 4 airports cited at COP26 in Glasgow for the detailed plan that we have published for how we plan to get to net zero by 2030. So there's lots that I'd like to share with you, but really, Mayor, I'd like to turn it over to you and Council. Happy to take any questions on the report tabled about the things that are going on at YVR and how we see the future. So over to you.
Thanks so much. We have questions from Councillor Kirby-Young. Please go ahead, Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and thank you, Tamara, for the presentation and Jackie for the introduction. I have a question from the context of the planned kind of utilization of the industrial lands. And speaking as a member for Metro Vancouver of the now concluded Industrial Lands Task Force. And I wonder if you could provide some perspective about how your plans, a little bit more about your plans at YVR as a potential trade hub or with the land utilization and how that's tying into the regional industrial land strategy and the need for intensification of space or the shortage of space in the region.
Thanks very much, Councillor. And certainly we are well connected to the regional planning activities that have been led by Metro Vancouver and also in partnership with my colleagues at the Port of Vancouver and also BC Ferries, transportation, trucking colleagues, all involved in how we have a more efficient and sustainable movement of people and goods throughout our region and the significant issues we have with the shortage of industrial land. So YVR sits on about 3,300 acres of industrial zone land. Fully about half of that is dedicated strictly to aviation and aviation use. It's where we put our runways, our taxiways, our terminal. And then the other half of that is dedicated to sort of complementary and commercial uses. And as you've seen in my report, fully 400 of that is greenfield opportunity that we're looking to partner and develop in order to serve the needs of the community. We've been talking about opportunities for greater transportation and connecting services in our cargo facilities as well. One of the early ideas that we're exploring is an aviation to marine transport network where you could have cargo move directly from aircraft to battery-powered barges on the Fraser River that would then go up and down the Fraser to industrial land and to potentially even the rail hub that's located in Mission, the rail hub for CN and CP, to bypass the congestion that is created when we increase our cargo facilities here at YVR. So we're definitely in consultation with the port in particular around how to complement their activities. The kind of cargo that comes in via aircraft is different than the cargo that comes in through the marine port, tends to be highest value cargo. So things like PPE and health supplies, perishable foods, and very high valued goods tend to come in by air. And so it's an and versus an or to either the bulk cargo that comes in through Delta Port or the container cargo that comes through the Port of Vancouver. But we're trying to do our part to think about how we create a multimodal hub and not just an aviation hub so we can complement those efforts, all the while very, very conscious of the fact that depending on your perspective, YVR is either at the end of the road or the beginning of the road, and all of the transport to and from YVR occurs through a major metropolitan area. So if we can find creative ways to think about how we expand the trade capacity in service of the region while not adding to ground transportation and congestion and GHGs, that's what our plan is really all about.
So thank you for that. And I wonder if I can ask a follow-up question with respect to your comment around not expanding GHGs, because your report acknowledged that obviously aviation is very fuel intensive and significant changes are, given sort of the nature of aircraft are a longer term out. But I'm wondering in terms of sort of truck to marine transport and looking at what the Port of Vancouver is doing with trying to put some parameters around trucks that are allowed on site, if you're looking at similar measures for ground transport coming in to the site?
Yeah, absolutely. We're looking at our direct operations. As the report says, we operate the largest building in the province of British Columbia. So certainly if we decarbonize our operations within our terminals and facilities, that's significant. But we also, because we're a port and a platform, have an opportunity, to your point, in terms of who uses and how we access YVR, to think about those pieces as well. So in addition to thinking about who comes onto the land, how we support electrification, how we use technology. If you were to go to for example, if you were to go to our cargo facilities today, you might be forgiven for thinking it's 1982. It's very analog. There's a truck waiting for a box, there's a person waiting for a box, waiting for a truck, waiting for an aircraft. We have significant GHGs just in idling and waiting, and also quite a bit of inefficiency in terms of the movement of goods. So through electrification, Also partnered with technology and AI, we can have just-in-time dispatch of more electrified fleet that has delivery connection times significantly reduced, while also ensuring that idling and the GHGs that come from just waiting on delivery trucks are reduced. We also have a plan similar to the Port of Vancouver where aircraft, when they come into our airport now, plug into electricity. So they turn off their idling jets, engines that are located at the back of the aircraft and all plug in. That's a requirement, significantly reducing the indirect GHGs, but nonetheless, that's infrastructure that we can provide. We're now looking at all of the fleets on everything that we use to tow aircraft, to run our fire and operations fleet, looking at how to use everything from to hydro. So there's nothing that's really untouched. It's really an end-to-end plan.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I have two questions. Maybe I can tell you them both and you can see if you get the answers into 5 minutes. One is about transit to the airport. I understand Canada Line does 20-day service in the extra 4 hours. Like there's only 3 buses or something. So I'm wondering if there are any plans to improve transit service for those hours that aren't. And the second one is I'm having a hard time wrapping my you can get to net zero by 2030 when airplanes use so much GHG emitting fuel. If you could explain that, that would be great.
Sure. Thank you very much, Councillor Swanson. The first answer is yes. We're in discussions with TransLink about how we can increase and improve the service. Certainly, many of our employees need to be able to travel by transit 24/7 to our airport, and that's a long-standing issue. We're also looking at other opportunities to have employee dedicated transport services at different nodes that complement public transit. So we're really that would be done via electrified or alternative fuel buses to try and find creative ways in the short term of getting our employees onto Sea Island. So those are definitely both on our radar. In terms of GHGs, we are starting, of course, with the Scope 1 GHGs, which are the emissions that are generated directly from the airport operations. Aircraft are not included in that. However, as I was just outlining, we think we have a significant role to play, for example, through the provision of biofuels and sustainable aviation fuels. We get biofuels into our airport every time an aircraft refuels at YVR. They're fueling with lower emission sustainable aviation fuels. That's a common practice in other parts of the world, but not yet common here in Canada and North America.
So you're saying that the actual aircraft aren't included in your commitment to net zero by 2030?
That is correct. However, we do think that there are many things that we can do before 2030 to help our aviation partners reduce their emissions.
I wonder if there's any, do you think at all about actually reducing the use of aircraft?
I think we've seen that where in other jurisdictions where there are other alternatives to short distance flying, that has become certainly part of the policy. When we talk about multimodal and we talk about the need to connect more to rail and efficient and sustainable ground transportation, those are definitely things that we talk about. But we have my own view is we're blessed with a large country with big geography and small population. And so to make our country work economically, but also socially from a community point of view, aviation connections are essential. So as I like to say, flying isn't the enemy, carbon is. So we must redouble our efforts to reduce the emissions of flying wherever possible, because we need a healthy aviation sector for the health of our society and our country.
So I remember when we had the report from the previous YVR CEO, they were saying that they were planning on expanding the use of airplanes. Are you doing that?
Maybe you could refine your questions, the use of airplanes in that we would be flying more often or to more places or in uses that we aren't currently.
I can't exactly remember, but I had the feeling that it was, getting more people using planes and flying around more.
We certainly have seen a significant drop off in our passenger traffic. We're about 72% below where we were pre-pandemic, but we've still seen the movement of aircraft through cargo, which also generate emissions. So my view is we have to take a full system end-to-end view of our operations, including where possible. You've seen there's been battery-operated float planes for short trips, and some of those technologies are actually quite far ahead and quite exciting. So we're looking at our accountability for direct operations, but also not stopping there, thinking about what we can do to really decarbonize aviation, from everything from our operations to ground transportation to supporting our air carriers.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Councillor Carr, up to 5, please.
Great. Thanks so much, Mayor. And thank you so much, Tamara, for your presentation, your work at YVR, and sending the report in advance. I'm also interested in the challenge around sort of greening the airport, reducing GHGs. I'm really curious of the progress that you're making on the incredible investment in geothermal, or so geo-exchange, so geothermal heating and cooling. It still looks like there's a lot of construction happening the last time I was there, which is not that long ago. So what's the progress on that?
Well, as you know, the alternative energy and geo-exchange technology has really taken a huge step forward, even in the last 24 months. And so we have been evaluating our original plans for geothermal and geo-exchange production here at YVR to make sure we're really positioning that well for our future needs. So that review should conclude in the next couple of months. We certainly have the wells dug and the infrastructure ready to go. We just really want to make sure that we're using the most efficient and most up-to-date technology and planning going forward. We also are looking at battery storage as a way to complement our geothermal activities. So again, battery storage for an industrial site of our size wouldn't have been possible 5 or 6 years ago when we first started these plans. It's certainly in production and commercially available today with Enerstore, a very successful Canadian company leading the way. So we're just making sure we've got the right balance between hydro, geo-exchange, and conserving the power that and saving the power that we already produce at midnight, for example, to make sure that we can put it into service when we need it at midday.
Great. Good. Yeah, I can't help but think how incredibly challenging it is when it is such an incredibly expensive project at a time when your revenues have been so hit by COVID. But I really just compliment you on moving forward with that. In the report, I note that you sent to us, I noticed that you talked about you recognize an opportunity and even obligation to work in partnership with the Musqueam Indian Band, whose traditional lands YVR is situated on. Can you just describe for me some of the activities that you are pursuing or considering pursuing with the Musqueam?
Yeah, thank you very much for that question, Councillor. We certainly enjoy a really deep and frankly expanding partnership with Musqueam, both on the community level and through council as well. And it's everything from, you'll notice when you come to YVR, as I said, you'll see the signage and cultural references to make sure that it is recognized as traditional territory of Musqueam, to significant employment programs right through our operation in a variety of ways, to contracting with Musqueam-owned companies, which is part of our general outreach to include more local companies in our hiring and procurement practices. Even today, we procure about $500 million worth of services each and every year here at YVR. And so making sure that local companies have equal access to that, including Musqueam, is a big part of what we're doing. And now that we're thinking about where we need investment, Partnering with Musqueam Capital Corp as a partner and an investor is an exciting deepening of our economic reconciliation commitments and of the partnership opportunities we have. So it's quite a wide-ranging set of arrangements and partnerships that we have with Musqueam. I would say that through the pandemic, Musqueam have been excellent partners, sharing freely their support and as well as us being able to open some of our capacity for testing and tracing to their community as well.
Great. That's good to hear. And I have to say that the art, in particular, the Indigenous art, that is at YVR has made it the most stunning airport. I think you have been rated up there as, if not one of the most stunning airports in the world. So congrats on that.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Yep. I think I'm close to time. That'll be it. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Weeb, up to 5.
Yeah, I've got 2 questions. Thanks for your presentation today. First question is recognizing that Iona is going through a pretty significant upgrade, and there's great opportunities to increase the public access to some of those green spaces, to those wetlands. I'm wondering what role YVR is playing to ensure that more of the public can access some of the beautiful areas out there near Iona and Richmond Island.
Yeah, certainly. Thank you for that question. Certainly, that's happening on 2 fronts. The first is we've been in direct and deep discussions with Metro Vancouver around the plans for the new Iona wastewater treatment plant, and so where there's opportunities for partnership and synergies there, if any. And then second, we have seen throughout the pandemic that Ferguson Road and access to the Iona lands has been a very popular both cycling as well as pedestrian route as people seek more opportunities to enjoy outdoor recreation and outdoor spaces. We have already, because of the significant truck and transportation activity due to Canada Post and UPS and FedEx on the north, increased both the width of the shoulder where we can on Ferguson Road, as well as the lane markings to ensure that trucks and cyclists are kept separate. As we think about developing the north, we will be including a dedicated multi-use recreation pathway that's separate from vehicle traffic as part of the redirection of Ferguson Road to ensure access to Iona, and the Iona Spit is always safe for the diversity of users, frankly, that use that space. So that's very much part of our planning with the City of Richmond, and I think you'll see that reflected going forward.
Amazing, that sounds great. My second question is, City Council here in Vancouver is looking at opportunities to create a tree bank, and there could be an opportunity to partner with YVR, recognizing to be net zero by 2030. There's an opportunity to utilize some of those offset funds to plant more trees in Vancouver. Is that something you think that the YVR would be interested in trying to help plant trees, mostly in our underserved communities here in Vancouver, to improve air quality and protection against the heat dome?
Absolutely. Certainly not aware of that particular initiative, Councillor, but yes, we're very supportive of doing our part for community. Obviously, planting trees at YVR isn't the best place to plant trees, but in communities that are frankly have had deforestation in their own communities, we certainly would be welcome to participating in that kind of activity. So sure.
That'd be amazing because we have some inner city neighborhoods that have under 10% cover, and it'd be great to partner. So thanks a lot for your presentation today.
You're welcome.
Thank you. That's it for questions. Really appreciate your presentation today and all the work that you do at YVR. Thanks again, and we look forward to your report next year, but talk to you before then. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mayor and Council.
Thanks. Okay, Council, so now we're moving on to one item of unfinished business today. This is the community-based crisis management through understanding and de-escalation. Way back in on June 24th, the Standing Committee of Council on Policy and Strategic Priorities referred the members' motion to a council meeting after the provincial review of the Police Act terms of reference had been established and made public. The conditions of this review have been let's see, the conditions of the above noted referral have been met as the review of the Police Act terms of reference has been completed and made public. As such, this item has been scheduled as unfinished business for this meeting. This motion was moved by Councillor Fry and seconded by Councillor Dominato. At the meeting of June 24th, Councillors Dejanova and Kirby-Young declared a conflict of interest on this item, and I'm going to ask you now, Councillor Dejanova, would you like to confirm that you're declaring a conflict of interest?
I was hoping to get some more information. I had sent an email around asking for that information. As I don't have that information, out of an abundance of caution, I will.
Thanks very much. And you have to give the reason for the...
I have an immediate family member who is a sworn member of the Vancouver Police Department.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for the reminder.
Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, I think at the time, Mayor, I declared it on an abundance of caution, not having full information in the background of the motion as to whether or not it involved any funding discussion of the VPD. And after discussion and listening to information provided by the mover, I'm assured that it does not. And so therefore, I will remain on this item.
Okay, thank you so much. So Council, we are... this motion has been moved and seconded, so I am going to move us to the main queue. And we are in the debate and discussion portion of this. If you can try to cast your minds back to June 24th, so you can recall what the debate and discussion was about to this stage. So I have opened the queue if anybody would like to enter debate. We have Councillor Wiebe. Up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'll be speaking in support. I think it's great that we're looking at supporting community-based crisis management strategies. I think that's something we continue to hear from the public, we hear from community, and we're continuing to look at different ways to support community safety. So I'm appreciative that this has been brought forward, and I will be supportive.
Thanks so much. Councillor Fry, you have up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, just off the top, Mayor, I did supply an amendment to the clerks. Obviously, this is an old motion, and so the amendment is just to strike the reference to including it in the 2021 budget.
Okay, thank you. We need a seconder for this. I have a seconder, Councillor Wiebe, and we're on the amendment queue now. If anybody would like to debate striking this portion of the motion, please put yourself on the queue. I don't see anybody in the queue, so we'll move to a vote for this amendment. Mark Councillor Dejanova as absent due to conflict. Thanks so much. That has passed unanimously. Council, we're going to go back now to the main queue. Councillor Fry, is there anything else you'd like to add?
Sure, thanks, Mayor. And I appreciate everybody indulging this motion, returning after such a long break. As you'll recall, when this first came forward, it was early in the pandemic when we held off on it and removed it. And then when it was referred back in June 24, 2020, the climate around just subsequent to the murder of George Floyd had taken a real sort of defund the police tenor, and I think this motion got lost in a lot of that sort of rhetoric and anxiety that was legitimately coming out of what happened to George Floyd and a larger conversation around policing. But today, I think we find ourselves in a different place. And so at the root of this motion was not to really defund the police or anything of the sort. It was really to pivot a little bit as a city and take a leadership role in addressing what I think so many of us recognize is that we do have some concurrent crises on our streets. And I think a lot of Vancouverites feel that they're being sort of gaslit many of the time. And there's an opportunity for us as a city to help bring people together and to just really sort of foster a better understanding. So this morning I talked about this motion on the early edition CBC, and within minutes I had 3 different emails from local small businesses interested in what sort of training opportunities they could find for their staff to do de-escalation and crisis intervention, because they have frontliners, just regular retail staff, who have to face difficult situations and they just don't know what to do. And they know that it's not necessarily a policing thing, or that even there are police available to respond in a timely manner for a non-violent situation. But I also got tweeted at by a noted right-wing pundit suggesting that this motion was far too woke. And ironically, of course, this motion is not nearly woke enough to appease folks who were talking about defunding the police, because it really isn't a defund motion. But I do recognize that as we consider a fall election, and there is a really prevalent political narrative that, frankly, is relying on sowing fear and division, where the director of a well-known right-of-center political party promoted harassment of quote-unquote lowlifes out of his neighborhood as a solution to homelessness. I don't think that's the way we need to go. We are seeing a real mental health crisis on our streets. This isn't unique to Vancouver. Stats just came out yesterday saying that 1 in 3 Canadians are struggling with mental health as the pandemic drags on. And certainly we're seeing a lot more acute crisis here in Vancouver because we have the concurrent issues of the housing crisis and the toxic drug crisis. And we're obviously seeing a lot more extreme examples of street disorder, violent attacks, broken windows, that sort of thing. And it's becoming increasingly more prevalent over the course of the pandemic. And there'll always be a role for police or professional mental health interventions in those kind of extreme violent cases or criminal activities. But how do we respond to those other issues as citizens? How does the shopkeeper handle a situation where they arrive to open their store and there's somebody sleeping in the doorway? Do they call for police intervention and wait for the police to arrive, or do they attempt to have a conversation with the folk and maybe see if there's some kind of solution that they can offer? Oftentimes, it's just maybe saying, hey, I need access to this. I had an incident the other day where I bought a fellow a coffee who was sleeping on the park bench next to the kids' playground, and everybody was afraid to go there. And really, he just needed a coffee to warm up and some direction and a chat. And it was all cool. And he left, and we didn't have to call the Rangers or the police or anything like that. So is there an opportunity for us as a city to respond to some of what we're seeing on our streets, to lead with empathy and understanding? We know we can't police our way out of all of this, but we can't ignore a lot of what's going on in the streets and a lot of people in crisis. So the intention of this motion, and I know that since this time, we're seeing some of these kind of ideas percolate into even some of the programs of our city staff, and I think that there's a real opportunity, in particular with BIAs, to work on this kind of an idea, and just it's all about mutual understanding. And I don't really want to be in a city, or certainly this election narrative, where it's really going to be bifurcated and polarized, with the kind of narrative that dehumanizes folks who may be experiencing multiple vulnerabilities. And I feel that is the way this narrative is heading, I really desperately want to intervene on that and bring us back together and remember that we're all struggling and we're all human, and these are tough times. So I'm going to leave it at that.
Thank you, Councillor Fry. Councillor Carr, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks, Mayor, very much. I'm wondering if you would indulge me with a point of information through to the mover of this motion.
Sure.
Great, thank you. Councillor Fry, I know that the motion that you've presented, and by the way, that was a great job on CBC this morning. You did answer some of my questions already, but what's left in my mind is understanding how the various programs like this that you cite in the whereases of your motion, such as Eugene, Oregon, cahoots there. Have you done any research to know how they are coping now with the COVID situation around the COVID pandemic? Is it still working? Is it working even better than expected because of that? I'm just curious as to whether or not you've done that research or have any information about that.
I don't have any up-to-date sort of contemporary information on that specifically, but what the Cahoots program had done was they have a sort of crisis team that drives around, but what they also offered, which is where this is referencing, was an opportunity to train lay folk and small businesses in various techniques that they might employ, so that they don't have to call Cahoots in at all. So just pretty simple webinars. There's a lot of de-escalation techniques that are very easy to remember, and there's a few different ones, and I don't want to quote any particular one, but they rely on acronyms and just a sort of staged approach to how to de-escalate a situation, how to ascertain if it's safe to even intervene, or maybe you do need to call the police. So tools like that, and I know that the approach is gaining a lot of favor in a lot of cities that are concurrently struggling with these sort of issues. Toronto successfully deployed it with their Young Street DIA, and it was great success. And I've talked to their DIA there about it.
Great. Okay, the second question, if it's okay, Mayor. Second question is around the community policing centers. It seems to me like some of that outreach work by the community policing centers is very similar to what you are describing. And have you had any conversations with them, or do you anticipate that they would also be involved in the development of the parameters of a pilot program such as your motion calls for?
Yeah, I know that our local BIA, or sorry, our local CPC has taken more of that sort of approach, recognizing some of the unique context in our neighborhood where CPC volunteers are engaging with folks with multiple vulnerabilities, and so they have Narcan training, they have sort of techniques that through a de-escalation and crisis intervention approach are more appropriate for meeting people. I think they have done a few programs, but it would be great to see a more sort of unified approach and some kind of cohesiveness across all the CPCs. But that would be a great vehicle to introduce this kind of an
Excellent.
idea.
Thank you. Given those responses, Mayor, I am prepared to support this enthusiastically. I have really seen the community policing centers, certainly in my own community of the West End, play an incredibly important role in compassionately and gently approaching people sleeping on the street and offering some refreshments and advice and support. I think that in the society now, with COVID in particular, there's so much fear and anxiety that exists, not just in Vancouver. It really is global. So I think that the kind of training that is anticipated in this program that would support people to take that more compassionate approach. Obviously, I mean, I heard Councillor Fry on the radio this morning, and he was clear in answering Stephen Quinn's questions that, this is not about trying to intervene where there could be great risk, and understanding how to assess that before you walk into that kind of situation, or back off if necessary. But certainly there are, I think, a lot of particular situations that could be resolved in a compassionate and very successful way through this. So thank you, Councillor Fry, for putting this forward.
Thank you. Councillor Carr, Councillor Swanson, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, I sent in a little amendment just to add to C, since we're writing to all these ministers about things that would increase public safety, just to throw in two ones that really would increase public safety a lot, which are social assistance rates and safe supply of drugs.
Okay, thanks. We need a seconder for this.
Right.
Mayor, I have a point of information. May I ask that, or do I need to put myself in the queue for that?
You need to have the floor to ask the point of information.
It's a point of procedure, actually. I'm sorry, I misspoke.
Okay, point of procedure, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm wondering if you can clarify the point of procedure, if something like this would be redundant if council has already written, and I believe you have written many and done a lot of work on advocating for safe supply and has already asked for social assistance at these rates.
I'll have to review that. So if that's do you have the section of the procedural?
8.7. I believe it's 8.7. D.
Okay, I'll take a look under 8.7D and get back to council shortly. Probably take me 5 minutes. If people want to stretch, please go ahead.
Thank you.
Council. So I have taken a look at the procedural bylaws. I talked with the clerk. So this is in order. Really, that clause 8.7D is if, for example, we had passed something in some direction of staff or some other action that this would reverse, for example. So it doesn't do that. What this does is just really add something we've written to ministers in the past to reinforce this to new ministers or attach it to this motion. So it's not in it's not out of order. So we are now on an amendment queue with Councillor Swanson's addition. Does anybody want to speak to? Councillor Carr?
Yes, thanks, Mayor. I will be speaking in support, and the reason is that even though it seems redundant in terms of the times that we have written on these subjects, because you have ruled it in order, the two additional points around making sure we're informing the various ministers and the Premier of social assistance rates and safe supply. It's consistent with what we have done many times. So if it's in order, I'll support it.
Thank you. Anybody else to this amendment? Not, I'm going to move us to a vote. Councillor Dominato? Councillor Dominato, we're just waiting for your vote on this amendment. Council, we're just going to have to pause here until we may be having some technical difficulty, so we'll just pause while we wait for Councillor Dominato's vote. Councillor Dominato, if we can get you to vote, that would be great. This is just on Councillor Swanson's added language to to Clause C.
Thanks. Okay. Thanks, Mayor.
Okay. There we go. Okay, thanks very much. That's passed with Councillor Hardwick in opposition. So we're back to the main queue. Anything to add, Councillor Swanson?
Sorry, no, that's good.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hardwick, up to 5 minutes, please.
Thank you. I have a point of information that I would be seeking. First of all, has the VPD provided comments on this motion? Have we received comments from the VPD?
We'd channel that to the city manager.
Thanks, Mayor Stewart, through you. So I did send an email around to council. The motion does call on staff to engage with the VPD in the implementation. So we would definitely see the VPD being an integral part of the implementation of the motion. At this point, I don't believe that we received comments. I'm not sure if they were engaged, but we have not, so far as I can tell, looking back to 2020, we have not shared any specific feedback with council from the VPD regarding the motion.
Okay. Further to that, my understanding is that there's a provincial policing review due back in the next 3 months. My question is, wouldn't this be better informed after that provincial police review has been received, since it's only a few months out until that would inform this decision?
Councillor Hardwick, the language of the motion is that we were to wait until the terms of reference. So that's what was directed.
Okay, thank you for clarifying.
That's why it was referred, yeah. So
appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Bly.
Thanks, Mayor. I just have a point of information through you to the mover of the motion, if I may.
Sure can.
And I'm hoping to get some clarification around the timing of this motion was June 2020. Of course, now we're January 2022. After this motion was referred, there was a second motion, or shouldn't say second, but a similar motion that came forward regarding decriminalizing poverty, moved by Councillor Swanson, I believe. And I'm referring Councillor Fry to the list of work that's currently underway with our Arts, Culture and Community Services Department, who during budget period in our last budget cycle sort of said many times that they are fully oversubscribed. And I note that on their list of their work plan, decriminalize poverty recommendations, decriminalizing poverty report back alternatives to 911, decriminalizing poverty report back street cleaning, in addition to women and girls safety report back missing. Anyway, the list goes on and on and on. And they're basically saying that in order to take on any new work, something is going to have to be taken off their list. So my question to you is, did you consider what work you'd like Arts, Culture and Community Services to stop doing in order to work on this different or new approach that's outlined in your motion?
Councillor Fry?
Yeah, I don't think that this necessitates an extraordinary amount of work from ACCS. I'm not asking them to develop this program. In fact, the Canadian Mental Health Association already offers these kind of solutions. This could be simply a matter of disseminating this sort of information. I note that we did actually get a recent update from ACCS staff on the neighborhood-based collaborative initiative pilot, which actually does kind of work into a little bit of this kind of request, which is really just how we pivot our approach to engaging with residents of Vancouver on some of these complex issues and fostering a better understanding. So this isn't, I'm not really looking for a big program ask here. I think this is really more just about a pivot in how we approach it and what we're, and when we communicate with Vancouverites.
Okay, well, I mean, I appreciate your saying that, Councillor Fry. Sorry, it's just a quick follow-up. That's not, to me, what I'm reading in the recommendations, which is what I'm going off of in terms of it being disseminating information versus, you know, A through I in terms of what you'd like staff to work on to come back with a strategy to pilot this. So I'm going to hold it there because I'm not getting, with all due respect, I just am not getting a consistent message from the mover of the motion in terms of what would be delivered in this motion versus what maybe the desired outcome would be. So I'll come back on the queue.
Well, to be clear,
Oh, Councillor
if
Fry.
you're asking me a question.
No, I'll just clarify with the Councillor Bly, was the floor, was that a question to Councillor Fry or just?
No, I just got my time, if I may, thanks.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. Through you to staff, I just had a question, and it's actually with respect to the resolution around, I suppose it dovetails with Councillor Bly's question around the development of a strategy. And similarly, that was what sort of raised my attention, is that staff throughout the budget indicated, particularly in this department, that that they're stretched and that they don't have more capacity, and that that undertaking these strategies do take quite a bit of time. So I'm just curious if staff would comment on what they anticipate the workload would be in the time frame around the development of a strategy, because that's what's outlined in the motion. Thank you.
I'll start with the city manager, and if you have an idea on staff resources and timeline.
Thanks, Mayor Stewart. So yeah, not able to provide, I mean, certainly staff are resource constrained, as council well knows, just in terms of the amount of work that has been directed by council already, plus the existing staffing challenges or the current staffing challenges that we're encountering in relation to COVID and other demands. But this is an issue, as per the email that we circulated, there is some work going on already in the ACSS work plan that may align to some extent with this motion. It was undertaken separately from this direction, but there may be some complementary elements to it. You know, the notion of building out additional work, you know, we would have to come back to council and provide a timeline for that. I wouldn't see that as something that we could take on a whole bunch of new work in ACCS this year without dropping other work. So I appreciate that I'm not providing a specific timeline for delivery of any additional components. I think we will have to assess this motion relative to other work underway and give council a sense of what's possible over the coming year.
Councillor Dominato?
Thanks, Mayor. Could I ask just a quick point of information through you to the mover of the motion? And it's just around the tools that are out there and resources. I met with the Strathcona CBC around the work that they're doing around de-escalation. And I'm just curious if there were conversations around having this be grassroots led, and certainly a city can disseminate information, but around versus developing a full strategy. Because it seems that the BIAs and some of the CPCs are already engaged in some of this work and that they could lever that.
Yeah, certainly since the time when this motion was first introduced, which was actually in February 2020, that there's been a lot more movement, and I've certainly had more conversations with various CPCs, BIAs, grassroots people who are interested in doing this work. It would be nice for the city to help at least disseminate that information and provide sort of a little bit of even support for that kind of a message. I think would be helpful in this context, because there are a variety of different approaches, and I know that Canadian Mental Health Association, for instance, are really leading in this space, and there are others, and there are more than one kind of technique for de-escalation, different schools of thought. So I wouldn't want to presuppose any one is better than the other, but I think, you know, to the earlier point about some of the itemized lists in, I think it was B, these are things that we already largely do and do inform our social service outlook. So I think that this could be woven in a complementary manner. I'm not sure if I've digressed from your question, but certainly there is room for the grassroots approach, and I think that's kind of critical to what this is about.
Thank you.
Councillor Kirby-Young?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'm hearing, how do I say? I'm hearing a lot of potentially described as kind of contradiction in terms, and I think what I'm hearing expressed, whether it was through Councillor Fry's interview on CBC this morning or some of the dialogue here at Council today, is not what's actually contained in the resolutions of the motion, and that's what Council really is asked to vote on, and that is the direction that sort of needs to stand on its own and is given to staff. Councillor Bly actually asked the question that I had earlier, which was sort of the long, diverse and sort of significant list of projects that are ahead of arts, culture, and community services. And, you know, she rattled them off, and I could add to that in some of the work on reconciliation, anti-Black racism, murder and missing women, sex workers. Councillor Bly mentioned the decriminalizing poverty. We are at the point, I think, that our ACCS team is actually incapacitated and hindered in their ability to deliver work at a meaningful level. And we had the GM of that department during the budget discussions that stood up and said, we now have to scope down. I don't want to use inappropriate terminology, like sort of, you know, slim it down or dumb it down, but basically scope down and deliver kind of broad strokes. Maybe that's a good way of putting it, type of work. And we're in the middle of a pandemic. Staff are stretched, they are out. We're not doing any of this really well. And I also think that we need to look at the fact that a lot of these things, or I view this a little bit as trying to deal with the symptoms instead of, I think where council needs to put a lot of its energy is being on a vociferous advocate for significant change, working with senior levels of government around how we provide better integrated supports like the Mayor's Complex Care Housing Advocacy Initiative, and that to deal with the really root causes of poverty, but to provide the housing, to provide the complex care, and to provide those missing pieces of service. I also heard sort of contradictory things, because I've heard Councillor Fry mention that in a couple of interviews, well, this is more of an education initiative, and then also similarly, well, it could be a training initiative, and we could provide training to folks and residents. And I'm really concerned that we are now overstretching and adding additional work. We've got a motion tomorrow from another council colleague that is quite similar to this one. We've got another motion today looking at trying to support a senior population, who are incredibly important, we need to look at, which is also going to hit ACCS, and, you know, similar challenges there in terms of resourcing. And I just think at some point we need to focus in on some of this work. I also think that it was encouraging that staff were able to use existing networks and do some sort of more nimble work with the update that Council received this morning on the Neighborhood-Based Collaborative Initiative, as it was called, NBCI. So I think Council can have some comfort that some of that work is underway. I also hear comments about things like, well, it's great, maybe the CBCs could do that. They're not named in the motion. Again, a lot of disconnect between kind of positing what this might be and actual commentary. And I think that we really just need to zero in on doing some things really well and get them across the finish line. I also just want to say too that this is the first official council meeting of the last year of our term, essentially 6 months until we conclude at the end of July. And I would really like it if we could focus the conversation around the merits and nuances of working on these things as opposed to political commentary, because I heard some comments around, well, this is very right wing, or this is left wing, or this is progressive, this is woke, it's not woke enough. I don't think that serves the citizens and the residents of Vancouver. I think I'm really hopeful that we can, as a council, make this time really count and just focus on debating, is something a good policy or not? Do we have the capacity to execute it or not? Is it one of the main priorities in the city are dealing with the root causes of issues, like where can we best spend our time and energy for the best outcome? So I'm hopeful that we can have those kind of conversations and not, I think Councillor Fry and I share his sentiments that, he didn't want to get into that sort of type of election. But I think by bringing that political dialogue into our discussion, we are actually enabling that in this chamber. So I'm just going to state right out in sort of the beginning of the first meeting of the year that that's not my intention, and I hope that we don't go there, and we can remove some of that language. So those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato, you have 1 minute and 15 seconds.
Thanks, Mayor. I'll be brief. I appreciate the motion. I'm a little conflicted, largely around just the demands and resources that we have to be able to accomplish all of the different pieces of work that we have underway. And that's what I've wrestled with and I'm wrestling with. That being said, I think the focus on the community-based work is important. I'm hoping that Councillor Boyle has been appointed to the UBCM's task force on the Police Act review, and I'm hoping that as part of her representation there, that some of these conversations will be brought forward as part of that work, and I think that's an important part of this conversation. And so just identifying that as an opportunity for us to advocate for broader systemic reforms and supports that are funded by the province as well. So just noting that in my comments. Thank you.
Thank you. That is it for on the queue for this item. So I will move us to a vote. And that has passed with Councillors Kirby-Young, Bly, Dominato, and Hardwick in opposition. Okay, thanks so much. Okay, Council, we are now moving on to, we finished communications, so we're under reports. We're going to consider these reports held for speakers, and that is report number 2, I think. And on report number 2, which is, okay, thanks. It's a 2021 Heritage Incentive Program update and grant recommendation. And let's see, just going to ask, anybody has a conflict in any of these on this report? And Council, we're just waiting for Councillor Dejanova to come back into chambers. Council, we have 2 speakers to this item. We'll just wait for the councillors to return to chambers. Okay, Council. We do have two speakers to this item. The first speaker is Jane McDougall, who is in person. So I can call you to the podium where the microphone is. A point of procedure.
I may remove my mask, correct, for this?
I'll just check with the clerks. What do you?
I was just wondering if there was a staff presentation.
I don't think there is, but there is none. So questions?
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thanks. No, actually that, that microphone back here.
Oh, right there. Okay, thank you very much. First time.
Great. Thank you so much for coming in.
Thank you.
You have up to 5 minutes, and there may be questions from council for up to 3 minutes after.
All right, so
Please go ahead.
good. Thank you, Mayor Kennedy and Council, for the opportunity to speak here today. My name is Jane McDougall. I want to share a story about heritage incentivization. I restored a Tudor-style home at the corner of 45th and McDonald Street. Not renovated, restored, including resilvering the original mirrors and re-enameling the bathtubs. I had planned to live out my life in that house. Unfortunately, divorce necessitated selling the house. I learned from the city that I could subdivide the 180-foot frontage lot via a heritage revitalization agreement, an HRA. I was given a list of professionals who could act for me. The property was subdivided, the house became Heritage A designated, and I gave the city a 180 by 10-foot laneway easement across the back of the property. It should be noted that the new parcel of land had never in the history of Canada had a house on it. At the time of the subdivision, the thing the city seemed to care most about was something called the Pitt Report, which had created the conditional zoning classification, which I was led to believe would apply to this new lot, and it would achieve approximately 70% floor space ratio. There were lots of design guidelines that would dictate the look of my new house, but I was told I could build an FSR 5 home. No one would have agreed to less. I sold the house and a legal contract was drawn up wherein the new owners could use the empty lot in exchange for rent in kind. In time, I hired an architect, and suddenly the unforeseen realities of the HRA came to the fore. That architect was the first one to quit. Eventually, I hired Loy Leyland, an architect with vast experience in First Shaughnessy heritage-sensitive projects. We liaised with the development planners for months, but nothing actionable was achieved. Despairing of progress, I eventually put the property up for sale. We had no offers except stinker bids. After a year, I took it off the market. Then the EHT came in. There was no box on the online form for my bare land. I went to City Hall trying to find a way to make my declaration. I was told on December 15th, the filing deadline being the 31st, to simply go across to the development office and get permits. I asked them if they understood that it took about 6 months to just get a pre-permitting appointment, and that required a full set of plans. Another time, I was virtually told, after extensive conversation, to simply have someone occupy the house. Again, no structure on the property, ever. There was a ton of media around this property and the EHT. The Globe and Mail, CKNW, even the New York Times came calling. I did extensive due diligence and was satisfied I was in compliance with the EHT, but really, what choice did I have? I kept trying to find a way forward with the property. Due to the HRA, I could only build a white elephant on a white elephant. I listed the property 8 times for periods approaching a year, with the listing price often considerably less than assessed values. The few vaguely reasonable offers all instantly collapsed after the HRA was examined, and never mind the stinker bids. And all prospective purchasers wanted me to assume all liability for the EHT, as well as warrant that they could obtain in a timely manner RS5 permits. Robert Lemon eventually got involved. Robert was the senior heritage planner for the city for much of the 1990s. He instantly identified the flaw in the agreement. The equations the city had drafted had not been tested. They didn't work. It was supposed to be an easy fix. City staff set us on a course to go before council to have the HRA amended. That was more than 2 years ago. In the spring of this past year, I was audited for the EHT. I again retained legal counsel. Despite inquiries I made to the auditors, I heard nothing. I presumed, wrongly, that it was because they were aware of the HRA deliberations. They have now asked the auditors for me to submit more information. There isn't any more information. I have been sent a notice of the pending EHT of $87,450 in addition to my regular taxes. Regarding my property, earlier I mentioned that a rental contract for the use of the land had been drawn up by lawyers in 2005, not as a clever ruse to get around the EHT. The EHT didn't exist. The owners of the Heritage House are now stridently objecting to the PDA on the property. They can challenge the proposed remediations at the Board of Variance. This means I will never be clear of the impediments in the flawed agreement. It is my belief that they would like to acquire the land. If they do, they are, I believe, exempt from the EHT, as the properties are contiguous and will be used for their own enjoyment. The net effect of the HRA is to hold me hostage to the EHT and supply my neighbor with the instruments to take advantage of the situation. My great crime in all of this was to try and preserve a landmark Vancouver heritage home. And for that, I have been brought to my knees with expense and worry. I was recently reminded...
Well, thank you. We're at the 5 minutes.
May I just finish?
No, we're at the 5 minutes, and that's the limit here, but we do have a question from Councillor Dejanova for you.
I have questions, but if you just have a moment, I'm happy to hear what you have.
We have 5 minutes limits, or you can...
I understand, but my question is I'd like to hear the rest of...
I also want to finish here, Councillor Dejanova. So a bit of this discussion has gone outside the scope of what we're considering here, so I'm cautioning Council that this item is on heritage grants. So I just ask you to keep your questions inside the purview of what we're discussing here. Councillor Dejanova,
Can I just ask as a point of clarification before you start my time, Mayor? I'm just respectfully asking, I understood the report to also be the Heritage Incentivization Program.
Yes, it does. So if you keep it with...
So this is policy, that's not just grants, correct?
Right.
Okay, thanks. So my question is, and I have to ask it within this report in the context of it, do you feel that the city is in your case that we're moving in the right direction, looking at heritage incentivization? Would you do this over again and
My property is...
voluntarily go forward with an HRA?
Even the most seasoned professionals and most seasoned and experienced professionals in this area have been unable to make this property developable. It has become a cause celeb. Everyone knows I am saddled with this property, that I am in a box canyon. I can neither sell it, I can give it away, but I can't sell it, even at less than assessed value, and no reasonable home can be put on it. And the HRA flaw, which this is according to a number of people, not me, although I will say all the professionals have said, no, you can't build. In fact, one architect said you can build a bungalow in the shape of a W if you're lucky.
Okay. Another question quickly, just wanting to give you the time to answer also, is specifically what you had said about sort of the agreement that was drawn up and the current owners who live on this site. Do they stand to benefit from this in any way? Is that...
Enormously.
In your opinion?
Enormously.
Okay. Thanks very much. So do you have any, are you suggesting on this report that we look at the Heritage Incentivization Program? I understand you're not here to speak about a grant.
No, I am not speaking about a grant. You were asking about how to incentivize this. And I would say that this property serves as a clarion call to the public to avoid any civic-minded agreement with the city, because I am considered to be roadkill in all of this. It is a heritage confounded property. I have no shelter from this punitive tax. I can neither, you might as well send me next year's tax. I can't sell it and I can't develop it. I mean, there's nothing I can do. And this is not the deal we entered into. So I just feel that I wasn't going up against a bunch of card sharps. I was dealing in good faith. And I have tried everything to do the thing that was supposed to happen. And this opportunity is my last resort.
And I just wanted to confirm very quickly, I promise, Mayor, you had sent us emails?
Yes, I did send a letter to to all city councilors and mayor on the 18th of the month. It included Robert Lemon's complete review of the matter, and I do believe that Robert Lemon, having been the senior heritage planner for the city for the better part of a decade and having worked in exclusively this area for his career, ought to, his word goes the furthest.
I will follow up with staff.
Thank you. Councillor Hardwick, up to 3, please.
Good morning.
Hello.
Just a few questions for you. This report that we're here to approve today, your problem is not specifically with the report,
No.
but rather with your individual instance.
I have been laboring to get before council. We have been directed that we have been instructed that we will be going before council time and again, and city staff has reversed course. There have been what have been described as blunders along the way. This was an opportunity to talk about if indeed city, I understand you've had no heritage applications in the last few years. And I would say that my property qualifies as a billboard and a cautionary tale against this sort of involvement.
Okay, so you're really drawing attention to it rather than suggesting we not approve this report. Secondly, just for my own understanding, so you had property, you subdivided off. What are the dimensions that you subdivided off?
The frontage was 180 feet, and it was approximately, is it one of those big old properties in the McCleary Farm site area? 180 feet by about, we'll say 150. So big chunk of land.
That's a big chunk of land. Why would they describe it as a W if you wanted to develop?
Because the Heritage House impinged upon the parcel of land that became the subdivision. So the subdivision, that parcel of land has 54-foot frontage.
Okay.
Yeah.
Still a lot bigger than your average 33-foot lot.
Right, but the area is only zoned for 60-foot lots.
Right. Okay, so this is clearly an outlier and requires some additional attention. But the bottom line is you sold the house, you still own the subdivided lot.
I was going to build a home on it.
Because you haven't built a lot on, you haven't built a home on it, you're still getting charged empty homes tax just on the land that was subdivided.
I am being audited for such. It has been represented by I've had to bring in legal counsel. Yes, and only because the house that it was determined that could be built was grossly less than what RS5 would allow, by less than half.
Okay, so it's clearly an outlier that needs to be rectified. But thank you for clarifying that, and maybe we can talk afterwards about this problem.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. That's it for questions. So thank you for coming in today. We're going to move to the next speaker.
Thank you.
Council, next we have by phone Jeff Benna. We have Jeff Benna.
Am I okay to talk?
Yes, please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Jeff Benna, and I'm a realtor with RE/MAX Real Estate Services. Been selling homes in Vancouver for more than 30 years. I think the Heritage Incentive Program could be an exceptional opportunity to help preserve Vancouver's past and offer solutions for the future. Engagement of owners, developers, and other stakeholders in line with the city's stated objectives of enhancing Vancouver's position as one of the greatest places in the world to live, helping to solve the affordability crisis, providing more and varied housing choices, and doing all this in light of the current climate emergency. In order to keep that engagement, stakeholders require 3 pillars to warrant collaboration with the city. Number 1, a clear benefit for engagement, a clear process on how to proceed, and a simple course for review, correction, and adjustment. Without these pillars, why would anyone take the risk of getting involved? Take, for example, the home at 61, or the property rather, at 6161 McDonald. Subdivided from a large home and property at 6135 McDonald. At the time of subdivision, the owner had a choice. Knock down the house and create 3 lots from the property, all of which could be easily developed, or designate the restored home Heritage A, subdivide 1 smaller lot, and work with the city to create a heritage revitalization agreement. Certainly the first way would have been easier. They chose to work with the city, preserve the character home, and create 1 extra lot. Their hope to build for themselves and their family on the property. Circumstances changed, and so did their plans, and the decision was made to sell the property. Other realtors had had it listed before me. It's been brought to market at least 8 times. I've had the home for sale 4 times over the last 2 years at varying prices well below the assessment. There's been no shortage of buyers and a number of offers, all of them low. 1 conditional offer collapsed days after it was accepted on the advice of the buyer's architect, who said the property couldn't be developed. The HRA currently in place on the property creates so much risk and uncertainty, no one is willing to take it on. It's rendered the property undevelopable and stigmatized. The owner has attempted to remedy the situation by hiring a team of experts, all of whom have been confounded at every step, despite considerable expense of time and money and energy. It's unclear to me why anyone would embark on such a subjective process without benefit, objective criteria, or clarity of path. To render the property vacant and unusable and left at the risk of VHT. How can the situation be remedied? The owner isn't asking for anything more than to be able to develop the property the same as any RS5 zoned lot. It can't have been the city's plan to render the property undeveloped, underutilized, and subject to vacancy tax. I don't believe the city wants people to think that this is the norm, that the process of one of heritage is disincentivization, and that they're actively discouraging citizens from engaging. We, Vancouver, are better than that. Thank you.
Thanks for your time. You do have a question from Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks very much. I'm going to ask this question in the scope of looking at what you had mentioned, sort of incentivizing heritage revitalization and preserving heritage. I'm wondering if you could comment on whether or not you feel that when we look at areas like Mole Hill or other specific areas of the city where we have heard from people that actually they felt that it has incentivized them, that it's been a carrot, not a stick, to look at this heritage in a way that, it was a partnership and agreement, not that they would, if they sold later on, they would get less. Do you feel that it's important that we move forward on that, even if it's an older heritage revitalization agreement? Do you think we have to consider that in our program and policies? That as our policies move forward, some of them conflict and may need to be reconsidered?
Are you asking?
I mean, in the context of our whole program, should we be looking at specific troubled properties like this one where, apparently there aren't opportunities for development other than telling someone, this is all you can build, exactly this, and we don't do that to other people. We say, here are some guidelines, but I'm just wondering, do you feel that this is within the spirit of the HRA and incentivizing people to keep heritage?
I don't feel like it's in the spirit of the HRA, and I think that there has to be a clearer process, clearer benefit, and less subjectivity. And I think to have a blanket policy, not taking into consideration the individual property, it doesn't really make any sense. If each one of these is different and there's different pieces of it that are trying to be enhanced or preserved, you've got to look at that and say, you know, how can we develop this? What's best for the city? What's best for housing? What's best to increase supply? What's best to give more options and opportunities for people for places to live?
Okay, thanks. Also, just wondering, in your expert opinion, as a real estate professional, would you, and you don't have to answer this if you can't, I only have less than a minute left, would you have been able to sell these properties, all three of them, without the HRA if they were subdivided into 3 lots, as you had suggested?
In a heartbeat. There would be no impediment to sale at all.
Thank you.
Thank you. That's it for questions, Speaker. Appreciate you calling in today. And Council, that is it for speakers on this list. And so we're going to move, so I need somebody to move the motion. Thank you.
Moved, Dominato.
I heard Councillor Hardwick first, a second, Councillor Dominato. I'm going to move to the main queue, and if folks would like to debate this, please put themselves on. Councillor Weeb, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, I'm wondering if I could ask a question through to staff.
Sure.
We've had a couple speakers speak today about subdividing lots and the ability to build. And I'm just wondering from a staff standpoint, if we can have some conversation or dialogue on how we see this working to ensure that we are being able to create heritage retention as well as be able to build, and what is the long-term options for these type of properties so we don't just subdivide into 3 but be able to keep heritage retention, be able to build a separate lot.
Over to the city manager.
Thanks, Mayor Stewart. So just to clarify this, the scope of those issues are outside the scope of the report that's before council for consideration today. The Heritage Incentive Program is a grant program. So that's just to clarify the scope of what's before council today. We have received questions regarding one of the issues that was addressed here, and we've indicated to council that staff are working on an answer to council, specifically on the circumstances of that case, which are quite unique. Would suggest if there's additional questions that council has regarding heritage and the city's broader approach to heritage, we can happy to address those and work with staff to get you answers on those. But again, just to clarify, that's not the nature of the report that's before you today.
Okay, looking forward to that memo and appreciate that response from staff. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Thanks. Debate and decision, Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks very much. I wanted to ask, and I will ask in the context of this report, because I would assume that those who do apply for grants are doing so in the spirit of heritage revitalization. However, they will have to enter into agreements, or they have entered into agreements. And I'm just wondering if we're looking at the context of, as our policies move forward, for instance, some heritage revitalization agreements and grants were decisions that council made far before the EHT and other issues. I'm just wondering, as a point of information through you, and I'm sorry I should have started that way, Mayor Stewart, I was just wondering if I could ask staff if they are looking at ways to consider that. Unique situations beyond this with conflicting policies.
City Manager.
Thanks, Mayor, and thanks for the question. So yes, the specific issue that was raised by the first speaker is one that staff are working to provide the background to council, and that may prompt further questions that we're happy to address. In terms of broader questions regarding, again, heritage retention in the city and the city's role, and how heritage is being addressed along with the other objectives, policy objectives that council's outlined for staff. Again, those are questions we're happy to follow up separately on. But in terms of unique cases, yeah, I think those are certainly things that we can provide council background on those specific files as they arise, like the one that we've heard about this morning.
Thank you. And my apologies, before Councillor Weeb had asked, I had sent an email, I think last week, and I know another colleague had, and I just followed up with a few more questions. In asking you to follow up, I hit send just as you said you were doing that already, so thank you very much. I will speak in support of this report. However, I do think there are some broader issues, and Councillor Carr and I will both remember from last term the Heritage Registry and hearing from people, yes, my home should be on the registry, no, it shouldn't be, for this reason, that reason, and everything in between. So I just think that we have to consider the policies and some of the unintended consequences as we move forward. And I do appreciate the speakers who did come to draw attention to some of the issues and conundrums we can find ourselves in when the policies actually don't incentivize heritage and retention. So thank you very much, but appreciate the work staff have done and will support this report. Also happy to hear there will be some follow-up from staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Carr, up to 5.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. I'm speaking specifically in support of the recommendations in this report. The recommendation is to proceed with a heritage grant, upgrading grant for the Edward Hotel at 302 Water Street. I'm familiar with the building. We used to have store and office down in Gastown, so I really believe that that the actual retaining of these really unique heritage buildings creates a more vibrant a city where one can see the past reflected in the present. You know, having traveled extensively in Europe, for example, it's wonderful to see those kinds of buildings retained and restored. I thank the speaker for having done that, because you know, what are we without our history? I'm speaking fully in support of this and appreciate the application.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. Councillor Hardwick?
Yes, very briefly, speaking in support, as the council representative on both the Vancouver Heritage Commission and Heritage Foundation, I am dealing with issues around heritage on a regular basis and fully support this report. But to the speakers earlier, when there are outlier cases that need further investigation, I welcome the opportunity to see what can be done. And so feel free to contact me directly. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I'm just going to focus on this specific report, and I just want to touch briefly on the Edward Hotel and what an exciting project this is for Gastown. It did come forward to the Gastown Historic Area Planning Committee that I have the opportunity to be the liaison to, and I think there's some questions and comments with respect to some of the design elements, but wholehearted support in terms of the heritage retention. And I think what is incredibly unique about this one is that it is adding some capacity in terms of 2 floors additionally above it with a bit of a modern juxtaposition, but just an incredible level of detail and work that is going into the restoration of this, which most people will know being on a very signature corner in Gastown on Water Street, home of the Water Street Cafe, live music happening on the 2nd floor, and also a history of it providing refuge and rooms to people that were coming into sort of the Vancouver port through Gastown and the long legacy there. And I think the other element to this is that it includes the restoration of the hotel. And we know that we are significantly short of hotel rooms in the city. And so while this will not add capacity, it will certainly retain it, which is important and I think incredibly unique hotel and a place to stay in one of our most important neighborhoods that quite honestly needs some love and TLC in retaining Gastown, not just in terms of the historic buildings, but also in terms of the streets and what we're seeing in trying to retain the cobblestone so that it's a lively and area to visit. And it is one of our key historic areas. So I thought this project really particularly had merit, and I really wanted to note that the care that had gone into just the level of restoration in terms of the high level and the design, as was noted. So happy to support it. Thank you.
Thank you. That's it, Council, for debate and decision. So I'll move us to a vote on this report. There we go. So that has passed unanimously. Thank you, Council. We are moving next on to bylaws. We have 36 bylaws on the agenda for enactment. Council members who were not present for the meeting related to public hearing enactment bylaws must confirm that they have reviewed the proceedings of the meeting if they wish to vote for the enactment. And I'm just going to go through a number of them here. Bylaw 9 is from the public hearing of June 15th, 29th, 30th. Councillor Hardwick had been absent for this item at the public hearing. Councillor Hardwick, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting? Yes, okay, thank you. Clerks will make that note. Bylaw 11 is from the public hearing of December 9th. Councillors Boyle, Dominato, Kirby-Young, and Weeb were absent for this item. Councillor Boyle, have you reviewed and will you be voting?
I have and I will.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato?
I have not.
Okay, thanks. Clerks will make a note of that for the vote record. Councillor Kirby-Young.
I have not, I will not.
Thank you, Councillor Weeb.
I have and I will.
Sorry? No?
I have and I will.
Have and you will. Thank you. Bylaws 12 and 13 are from the public hearing of December 7th. I was absent and I've read and will be reviewed and I will be voting. Bylaw 15 was from the public hearing of March 15th. On December 8th, Councillors Kirby-Young and Weeb advised they had reviewed the proceedings and would be eligible to vote. Councillors Ply, Boyle, DeGenova, Dominato, Fry, Hardwick, Swanson, and myself were either not on council or were absent for this item at public hearing. Councillor Ply, have you reviewed the proceedings and will you be voting on bylaw 15?
I have and I will.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Boyle.
I have and I will.
Evan, you will. Thank you. Councillor DeGenova.
I have and I will.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato.
I have not.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fry.
Have and I will.
Thank you. Councillor Hardwick. Councillor Hardwick is a no and no, and Councillor Swanson.
No and no.
Thank you. And I have reviewed and will be voting. Bylaw 22 is from the public hearing of December 6th. Councillor Hardwick and Swanson were not on council for this item at the public hearing. The rest of the council previously noted that they had reviewed the proceedings for this item. Councillor Hardwick, have you reviewed Bylaw 22? No and no. Councillor Swanson.
No and no.
Okay, thank you. Bylaw 33 is from the public hearing of February 20th and 2020, February 20th and 21st, 2019. Councillor Fry was absent from this item. Councillor Fry, have you reviewed and will you be voting?
Have not, will not.
Okay, thank you. Does any member wish to hold any of these bylaws for debate, separate vote, or conflict of interest? Just going to note that Councillor Fry has previously declared a conflict of interest related to bylaw 25. Councillor Hardwick, I have you on the queue.
Yes, I would like to hold the following for separate vote. Number 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 19, 20, and 32 and 33.
Are you okay if they're all done in one group?
Yes.
Okay, great. Thank you. Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I have a list I'd like to hold too.
Okay.
17, 34, 33, 35 and 36, and then 27, 28, 29, and 30.
Okay, can you just go over that list again? Councillor Swanson?
17,
Yep.
27, 28, 29, and 30.
Okay.
34, 33, 34, 35, 36.
Okay, thanks. Are you okay if we do those all in one group?
Yep.
Okay, great. Thank you. So we're going to first deal with the items Councillor Hardwick has held. So clerks, if you can.
Excuse me, if you put the 33 in my group, that's the only overlap there. It'd be easier, I think.
Well, we're going to have to do a recorded votes anyway, so you'll have your chance to vote whoever holds it. So we'll include it in the first batch, though, because Councillor Hardwick was on the queue first and held it first. So we're going to go for bylaws 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 19, 32, and 33. Those are Councillor Hardwick's bylaws. So we're going to, if I could have somebody move these, and then we will, a second, and then we'll move to a vote. So get somebody move them. Councillor Carrs move them. Second, Councillor Weeb. Okay, so this is Councillor Hardwick. The bylaws are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 19, 32, and 33.
Mayor, point of privilege, it's Fry. I can't vote on 33. I haven't reviewed that one.
Okay. 20? Councillor Hardwick, did you also have number 20? Okay, thank you. Just with the clerks, when somebody's declared a conflict, they can vote on the whole group, but you'll be recorded as in conflict. So Councillor Fry, you'll be able to vote. We don't need to hold that one separately, but you'll record it in the notes as not voting because of conflict.
Yeah, Mayor, the 25 is the one that's conflict. 33 is the one that I wasn't present for and haven't reviewed.
Yeah, that's okay. So 25 is the conflict. So that'll be in the third batch of votes. So just to review, we are voting on bylaws 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 19, 20, 32, and 33. So if I could get clerks to trigger that vote. Okay, go ahead and vote, please. Okay, and that is passed with Councillor Hardwick in opposition to those bylaws. We're now going to move to the second group of bylaws held by Councillor Swanson, and these are bylaws 17, 27, 28, 29, 30, 34, 35, 36. So get the clerks to trigger that. Thank you. Councillor Weeb. There we go. That has passed with, those have passed with Councillor Swanson in opposition. Now, Council, we're going to go back and do the remainder of the bylaws, which are 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 18, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, and 31. Okay, Council? Yep, and we'll trigger the vote, please. Sorry? Right. Need a mover and a seconder for that one? Councillor Fry, seconded by Councillor Carr. Sorry, I've got the two, thank you. Councillor Weeb, seconded by Councillor Carr. Now I can vote, please. Councillor Carr. There we go. Okay, those passed unanimously. Thanks very much, Council. We're through the bylaws. And next we're moving on to administrative motions. 4 administrative motions on the agenda. The first is the approval of form of development of 4128 Ash Street. And any member wish to declare conflict of interest on this item? I don't hear any. Any questions to staff? Please put yourself on the queue. Don't see any. Can we have a mover, please? Councillor Carr, second.
Second.
Councillor Dejanova, second. Thank you. So now we're on the queue. I'll clear this queue. If anybody like to discuss this item, form of development 4128 Ash. Nope. Okay. So we'll just do a verbal vote here. All in favor say yay.
Yay.
Opposed say nay. Opposed say
Nay.
I have a nay.
Okay.
Nay. I'm going to have to move to a vote then. So we're going to go to a recorded vote. This is again on 4128 Ash Street. Councillor Dejanova, please.
Oh, my apologies. I thought
That's okay. That is passed with Councillor Swanson in opposition. Okay, Council, we're going to administrative motion 2, and that is the approval form of development 488 Broughton Street. Are there any conflicts on this item? Any questions to staff? Mover, please. Councillor Carr.
So moved, Dominato.
Oh, actually, Mayor, I put myself on the list for questions of staff.
Okay, we haven't recognized the seconder, so Councillor Fry, you have up to 5 minutes. Questions to staff.
Yeah, just curious about, when we had last dispensed of this particular item, we had added an amendment, I believe from Councillor Carr, talking about a finalized transportation assessment and management study that really considered things around like the school streets program and the climate emergency action plan. I think specifically kind of contemplating the idea of minimizing the amount of vehicular drop off and traffic congestion at this site. I'm wondering if, obviously this is built form, but will there be any presentation regarding that specifically? I don't see anything on this administrative.
I'll send it over to the city manager.
Thanks, Mayor. I believe we have staff from our planning team online who can speak to that.
Planning team, do you have?
Jason, the councilor has asked about transportation considerations in the form of development, and as we do our analysis of this, DP?
Yep. So the transportation analysis was reposted, and there's a new date put forward on 7 with proper or a notification as per consultation with legal. We have spoken about it, and it doesn't have a bearing on the approval today with the former development and the development permit board. We'll be making a decision separately.
But we will be looking at those transportation impacts.
Yeah, absolutely.
Councillor Fry?
Okay, will there be something coming back to council specific on what DPB will be looking at as far as the transportation assessment and management study?
Well, it'll be it's part of the staff review. Process-wise, we would be bringing back a follow-up decision, but we can absolutely brief you or send a summary of the decision and process and give you any information that would explain how it was
yes, we will. Councilmember, we'll report back.
Thanks, Jason. Thanks, Teresa. That's good for me then. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Fry. So I'll recognize now this Councillor Dominato second, and we'll move to the main queue for debate on this item.
Oh.
I don't see anybody on the queue, so we'll move to a vote, please. And that is passed with Councillor Hardwick in opposition. Thank you. We'll move to item number 3, the administrative motion number 3, which is 1050 Gore Street. Conflict of interest, anyone?
I wanted to move adoption, but I also had a question.
Question to staff?
Well, I'm happy to move it first and ask you as a point of information.
Okay, I'm just going to put us on the question queue and just ask if anybody has any questions to staff. I don't see any, so I have a mover, please.
So moved.
Thank you. Seconder? Councillor Wiebe, thank you. Moving to the main queue, Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks very much. I just wanted to ask a point of information through you, Mayor, to staff. Okay. And it's specifically, I really appreciate the effort and work that's gone into these guidelines for the new St. Paul's campus. I am wondering if 24-hour childcare, considering the conversations I understand that had been had between the province, our city staff, and the work that's being done, is that something that could be amended and included later if the city were to have policy on that?
Is this on the Gore Street application?
Oh, my apologies.
The next.
I was one ahead.
That's okay.
I'm so sorry.
Okay, no problem.
Had my question.
Okay. Any other debate on the Gore Street, 1050 Gore? I don't see any. I am going to call just a recorded vote on this one. Just get the verbal vote. We've had some non-unanimous verbal votes. Councillors could vote on this one.
Okay.
We're going to do a recorded vote, Councillor Dominato. And we have, that's passed with Councillor Hardwick in opposition. Okay, Council, we're going back now to, now the next item is the new St. Paul's Healthcare Campus, CD1 guidelines. And these are, anybody wish to declare conflict on this? I don't hear any. So we've got a number of councillors with questions to staff, starting with Councillor Dejanova.
Thank you. And my apologies for the confusion before. I had skipped one there. So my question for staff, it may be less puzzling on this one, is in the guidelines, I didn't see anything specifically for 24-hour childcare. However, I understand that the provincial government is looking at funding 24-hour childcares, specifically those near larger hospitals or health campuses, and I'm wondering if these guidelines could be updated at a later time to include that if the city were to bring forward policy.
City Manager?
I can answer that.
Okay.
Thank you for your question, Councillor. The guidelines don't address use in that way. They're there to guide development, so nothing in the guidelines prohibits the provision of 24-hour healthcare, childcare, and we'd be able to do that, no problem.
Thanks very much. Just maybe a follow-up question to that.
Please go ahead.
Considering our childcare guidelines require a certain amount of open space and green space, and because that is addressed here and looking at the public space and the public plazas, I'm wondering if that was a consideration, considering the requirements of a childcare to have a certain amount of green space or space that's dedicated to that childcare, and that sometimes that can be shared with a public space or park?
Absolutely, and we address that in all of our zones with guidelines. So it's understood that they guide development, and there's also strict regulations about the provision of daylighting and open space for childcare. So as designs develop, that's always brought into consideration and would be supportive of that provision. Staff would definitely work with is providing that.
Thank you. And so there's nothing here that would preclude that in the future, considering public plazas, open space, and public space that's mentioned in the guidelines?
Not in the guidelines.
Okay. Thank you very much. Mayor, I see many people on, so I'm happy to put myself back on the queue.
Councillor Carr, to 5 for questions.
Yes, thanks, Mayor. I have a considerable number of questions because there are a lot of changes in this report. If I get to near the end of 5 minutes, I will move for a second round.
Sure, thanks.
Thank you. So my first question has to do with the North Precinct. It's a new section 3.1, and it has deleted worker housing with retail, anticipated to provide an urban street wall condition. Well, anyway, they've deleted worker housing. So my question on this, I guess it's through you to staff at this point, is why have they deleted worker housing?
Over to staff.
Yes, if you could just give us 1 second, I'm just trying to dig this up. So yeah, so we are working with St. Paul's and the owners to provide more housing, specifically worker housing on the sites.
So you are working with the applicant to increase housing, but why is it deleted? Like it's the words worker housing are stricken.
Because we're not sure that we can secure worker housing specifically on the site.
Okay, you're not sure yet. All right. Second question is on section 4.1.4, which is healing corridors. And in this case, there is, there is a change in the healing corridor. Passive programming, the word should has been struck, replaced by may. So I am, again, in this case, wondering if the applicant is looking at not being able to develop the programming. I mean, the may is very iffy.
Staff? Just a moment, please. Yes, good question. Okay, yes, the applicant is providing it and they're developing the design. It's not being reduced in their designs. It's just being considered in a different way. They're separating it out a little bit.
Well, why is it then, if they are developing it, why is the word should stricken?
We can take that into account. We expect it to be provided.
Okay. Section 5.1.3 around setbacks. There is a strikeout of the section A along the north property line. A minimum setback is required. And I'm wondering why the setback is not going to be required.
Yes, this is, it's been in development with the arterial prior street realignment, changed in how it was going to be provided from the time of the policy to now. And so from that perspective, that setback has different pressures on it, different requirements for it. So it's been reduced from that perspective to provide for a different type of street.
Okay, so there is going to be a setback, but it's not going to be as much. I mean, this is a strikeout, not a replacement of the actual size of the setback.
Correct. So the guidelines are there to develop a background and a guidance. Those true setbacks are regulated by the regulations and the bylaws and the road geometrics. So this is just providing guidance about if there would be additional considerations in how a building would be set onto the property.
So what you're saying is, are you saying that other regulations kick in and there will be a setback according to the other regulations? It's just, so it'll be set by other regulations, not by these guidelines?
In this instance, the setback is no longer a requirement because it's no longer going to be an arterial street. But there is qualitative language within the guidelines, and I'm sorry, I don't know exactly which sentence you're looking at, but the qualitative language in the guidelines talk about how setbacks may be considered.
Sorry, 1 second, I have to interrupt. Mayor, I would like to move for a second round of questions, please.
Okay, thank you. Seconder, Councillor Dejanova. All in favor, yay. Opposed, nay. Yay. Opposed, nay. Okay, thank you very much.
I'll go back on the list. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Fry, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, thanks. I'd circulated some of my questions earlier, and specifically it's around these new CD1 guidelines aren't consistent with the direction council gave on October 2nd of 2019 on the Falls Creek Flats grade separated road alignment, specifically commitments to downgrading Prior Street to a collector and working with the community on a great street treatment. I see that the strike actually goes now talks about upgrading Prior Street. Downgrading was actually specific language provided by staff as a consideration that this council did move to direct. Also working with the neighborhood to design the street. And similarly, so that's in 5.2.2, and then in 5.23, concerns around responding to adjacent development proposals, which to my mind fetters decisions. I'm wondering if staff could comment on those changes that are contemplated.
Sure, yeah, absolutely. And the first one on 5.2.2, we did consult with engineering, and I don't see any one from engineering here, but we're agreeable to that that language if that's what council would like to propose. For the second one, for your consideration, the language specifically about considering adjacent development is there to help guide applicants to provide proposals which are more compatible with the existing neighborhood and the buildings and the streetscapes. And we would recommend considering keeping that in the language.
Okay. In that case, I will submit an amendment. I'll leave 5.2.3 alone, but I will submit an amendment for 5.2.2. And just sending that to the clerks right now.
Yeah, we're in questions right now, Councillor Fry, so we'll have to wait.
Oh, sure. Well, I'll come back with that then. Thanks, Mayor.
Any other questions for you?
Not at this time.
Okay, thanks. Councillor Dominato, up to 5.
Thanks, Mayor. Yeah, just a couple of follow-up questions. One is just with respect to the guidelines and the tree canopy. Given that this, we're developing a health campus from scratch, essentially, and considering, I spent a lot of time at BGH in the past and not the best greenery, and I'm curious if staff could comment on that in terms of the guidelines to ensure that this area is enhanced with a broader tree canopy.
Yeah, it is also a work in progress as applications continue to come in. This is the first, we've just processed the first of many development permit applications. And there's many objectives for the site, including enhancing all greenscape and the urban tree canopy. There is pressure from institutional uses to certain aspects of loading, access, safety, sightlines, things of that nature. But the intent is that through the wellness walk and the major plaza, that the urban tree canopy is enhanced, as well as strong guidance for stormwater management on site.
Thank you. And then a question with respect to the planning. I note some as part of the principles of focus on as people are able to move through the site, a focus on prioritizing pedestrians and cyclists and some of the east-west connections through there. Will that also contemplate micromobility as well, as we're seeing that shift and the use of our cycling spaces and lanes? Will we consider that as well as part of the planning?
Yes, we will.
Okay, great. And then following on, there was a question around housing that Councillor Carr asked, and I noted in the report that no housing beyond what might be connected with institutional health uses. Would that include mental health and addictions? There was an amendment I proposed at the time when this came to council that was passed to ensure that there would be provision of care on site.
We will have to get back to you to answer that. I don't think we have an answer to that right now.
Okay. Thank you very much. That's all my questions.
Thank you. Council, we're at about 12 minutes to noon. I just call that to your attention. Councillor Carr, you've got your second round.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Appreciate that. So I'm looking at the section 5.1 point, this new one is 3. It was section 4, open space and public realm. There's a whole new section in here around cantilevering the building. So I wonder if staff could just explain, it says it's going to be massing over open space in select locations. So how will this affect the public realm situation?
So, yeah, the intent of that section is to preserve some degree of flexibility with the hospital design as we and other buildings as they are brought forward, while acknowledging that we want to do our best to preserve the public realm. In generalities, what we're saying is that key public spaces, highly active, where we want solar exposure and access to viewing the sky, that cantilevering should not be provided. And that's a urban design principle that helps with the wellness of the people using those spaces and circulating. And there are a lot of high volumes of uses. At the same time, there are large floor plates that are required. So it does acknowledge that institutionally, some of the program requirements will require some degree of cantilevering. Does that help?
Yeah, it does help. I'm just quite conscious that these are quite major changes. So that's why my questions, I'm sorry to ask you so many specific ones, but this is a key site. I noticed that Councillor Fry is bringing something forward for 5.2.2. I'll go on to 5.2.3, which are the setbacks. And there are a couple of things in that section. One is around the fact that it has deleted the words up to the 6th floor and instead talks about above a certain height. So are we anticipating that this actual hospital is going to be higher than was originally anticipated when we passed it?
Yes. So what was presented originally was termed an indicative design. It was based off of assumptions at a very early stage in the design process. As now that procurement has happened and there's a design build team working on the project, certain technical requirements have come to light, which have caused us to examine these guidelines, working with the hospital to ensure that the way they are written are also viable for what can be built with their technical demands for planning a hospital. So in this instance, the change to a height was to acknowledge that their floor heights may vary over time. And that, and I'm sorry, yes, to answer your, any new height to the building will require a text amendment. So that's not being contemplated by these guidelines.
I appreciate that.
And maybe I could just hop in. The purpose of the guidelines, the guidelines don't have the authority or the weight to change the zoning approval that council made on this. We can't change setbacks, we can't change zoning. What it is just a kind of a guide for the developers and the construction companies to build out this building. So it's not changing uses and it's not changing regulatory setbacks. What if there are those types of changes that we find will be necessary? They will all come to council. It's either a text amendment or some kind of form of development. Right. So this does not introduce any new changes to what this council is through the zone.
Yeah, I appreciate that input. Thank you. It's good to know it would come back. So my final question is in 5.2.3, and it's 5.2.3, but it's B, and it's an interesting change for me, changing the word where to if residential uses dwelling units are provided. So is there an expectation here that although we had originally thought there would be residential units on site, that there may not be? That's why the word if is put in there.
It's just specific to at grade. We would like to have active uses, commercial retail uses. They enliven and work a lot better with the public realm against the street.
Great, thank you. That's good information. Appreciate it.
Thanks so much. Councillor Weeb, up to 5.
Yeah, most of my questions have been asked. The one I have, it's great to see that it talks about the ecological inland waterways for fishing and gathering by the First Nations. One of the things, recognizing last night, Vancouver Park Board voted for the co-management of the parks of Strathcona, Trillium, and Thornton, as well as many others. I'm just wondering, in the work we did for prior, we talked about reconnecting Strathcona to the ocean with an Indigenous informed and biophilic design pathway through central Strathcona, following the traditional wetlands from Squatches to Kewasnesk. And I'm just wondering, I don't see that reflected in the wellness walk. And I'm also concerned about the cantilevers, but I'm just wondering, is there an ability in our guidelines to talk about the Indigenous knowledge and how that will be incorporated in design, recognizing the importance of how we design the city moving forward?
The hospital itself and their providers have a very strong mandate and working relationship with the Indigenous community, and they're working very hard on how to serve better and how to tell that story in an appropriate way. And it's an ongoing, evolving discussion and dialogue that they're very committed to doing. As far as the waterways and its relationship to the wellness walk, that's something that can be explored, and we would be happy to look further into that through future design development and public realm by the hospital, should be noted that at every stage of development, it's also expected, it's part of their requirements to update their public realm plan, and we can work with them closely to incorporate those types of ideas as that evolves.
Okay, that's great, because we've walked the area with some hereditary chiefs and elders, and the idea of reconnecting this area is really important. It'd be nice to see that in the guidelines and future designs. Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah, Councillor Carr.
The meeting instead of stopping at 12 in order to finish this item.
Finish this item.
Yes.
Okay, we have a seconder for that. Seconder, Councillor Dejanova. All in favor of extending past noon to finish this item, say yay.
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 Opposed, say nay. Okay, thank you. So we're extended. Councillor Dejanova, you have another round of questions.
I'm happy to move the recommendations.
Okay, thank you. We have a mover. Seconder.
Kirby Young.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby Young. We're on the queue now for debate and discussion. Councillor Dejanova, please, I'm just going to reset timers here. Please go ahead.
Thanks very much. I'll be brief. I just wanted to thank staff for the explanations that came through different questions asked by some of my colleagues. That this really is technical, that, some of these terms, they are used differently than we might consider them. When we consider phrases such as upgrade and downgrade, and I understand my question was certainly answered as the guidelines that we have here won't preclude a number of other things, including policy passed by council previously. So I am speaking in support of this, and I will be voting in favor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I've submitted an amendment to the clerk. I previously circulated this, and Jason Olenek indicated that staff were okay with this. It's an amendment for 5.2.2, recognizing that the previous direction council gave was to downgrade Prior Street, not upgrade. And I'm sure it's just a semantic difference in terms of how one interprets upgrade versus downgrade, but it is more consistent with the direction council gave. And of course, notions of Great Street treatment with wider sidewalks, et cetera, and working with the neighborhood to design it as all articulated in council direction from October 2nd, 2019.
Second, Councillor Kirby Young.
Councillor Kirby Young, thank you. Seconded. We're on to the amendment queue for debate and discussion. Councillor Dejanova, up to 5. Please go ahead.
Thanks very much. To our Director of Planning's point about what these guidelines are trying to achieve in sort of direction to possibly different proponents and trades, I'm wondering if this could be confused, because I understand that downgrading council's mind may be downgrading versus upgrading, but downgrade doesn't preclude all of the things in this amendment, like wider sidewalks and, going through the list that we have before us. So that's a point of information through you. I'm wondering if this could possibly confuse industry and make things more difficult.
Point of information?
I'd ask that in the beginning.
Right.
Thanks.
Point of information to staff then. Would this be confusing for?
So downgrade and upgrade is the technical term that was used for prior. We did send a note to engineering confirming they were okay with the language, and we have got a response from them. If I could just have one moment just to reconfirm that, it would be much appreciated. Just rereading it really quickly.
Okay.
I have 5 minutes and I don't have other questions. So I'm okay.
Okay, staff. Is that a request for a recess then?
Jason, do you need a recess, or are you ready?
Could I have 5 minutes, please?
Okay, so we'll take a recess until 12:05. The other thing
Okay.
the other thing we could do, council, is just break for lunch and finish this item at 3 when we come back.
I'd be happy to do that. Oh, sorry, I
Okay,
didn't
that will give
realize.
staff time to consider, and that is the last, or it looks like one of the last challenges on this issue. So we had a motion to finish this item, so clerks, I'd have to rescind it, right? Yeah, so can I have a motion to rescind? So we have a motion to rescind because you voted in favor. I have a seconder. Councillor Carr, all in favor of rescinding the decision to finish this item before lunch, say yay.
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 Okay, and opposed, nay? Great, okay, and we don't really need to pass a motion. We can take a break now for lunch and come back at 1 o'clock into in camera, back here at 3 o'clock to finish this item. I will our members' motions, which are quite, there's 9 of those. We have notice of members' motions and new business, all finished between 3 and 5. One of the motions does not have speakers, so we'll be dealing with that today. So it will be a tight squeeze in those 2 hours, just to remind you that. But in the meantime, please enjoy your lunch, and we'll see you at 1 in camera. cliffhanger we left was we're getting an answer to a question by Councillor Fry regarding, was you, Councillor?
No, Mayor, it was actually Councillor DeGenova's, I think, point of order on
Point
an
of
amendment.
information.
Is it on the amendment? Is that where we are, clerks?
Yes.
On the amendment. That's right. Okay, I've got you on the queue. And city manager, staff all back online?
It wasn't a point of order, though. Point of information.
Point of information, yeah.
Thanks, Mayor Stewart. I don't have WebEx up on my computer. I don't know if the clerk's team can see that we've got our planning staff back online to address that.
Everybody ready to go?
We're back.
Yep, great. Yeah, Jason.
Great, okay, perfect. So we're going to start now with, if staff could begin with the answer to Councillor DeGenova's point of information.
Yeah, for sure. I'm sorry for dragging that out. Just to confirm, the language that Councillor Fry proposed is acceptable and accurate for engineering, so there's no issues moving forward.
Okay, great. Councillor DeGenova.
Okay. Understanding that there's not going to be any confusion, I mean, that was my question. Do we think there'd be confusion on the part of trades? We'd see with the downgrades. I know that might not make sense, but this is technical is my understanding, so I just wanted
Right,
to...
no, sorry.
Sorry, I was just happy to speak in support of your answer. But if you have anything further.
No.
Thank you very much. Happy to support this amendment.
Thank you. That's it for this queue for Councillor Fry's amendment, so we can go to a vote. That is unanimous. Thank you, Council. And now we're back at the main queue. Councillor Fry, you still have up to 4 minutes for the amended administrative report.
Nope, that's good for me. I know we got a busy agenda still, so I'm gonna.
Thanks.
Thanks.
Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thanks. I'm so happy to support the amendment, but as you've probably heard from my questioning, I have some concerns really about the degree to which there are changes being proposed here in this in this document, and the changes. Well, I guess I would have really appreciated a briefing on this to really know how like there's so many in here compared to a normal process that I have a very hard time being supportive, and so just a heads up to staff when there are this many changes. I think a briefing beforehand would be advisable. And at this point, though, I'm not sure of really what the changes will mean for that site and for the community, both in terms of the permeability of the site, the workers' housing, the cantilevered buildings, the changes to the open area space. So at this point, I'm not supportive of those changes. So I'll be voting against.
Thank you, Councillor Carr. That's it for debate on this item, so I'll move us to a vote. Councillor Dominato. There we go. Okay, this passes with Councillor Hardwick and Councillor Carr in opposition. Thank you, Council. Next, we're moving to members' motions. The first is a request for leaves of absences. We have Councillor Boyle for personal reasons for meetings on January 26th from 9:30 to 11:30 a.m. Councillor Bly for personal reasons on March 9th from 3 to 5 p.m. Councillor DeGenova for civic business for meetings on February 3rd from 2:30 to 5:30 and meetings April 7th from 2:30 to 5:30. Councillor Weeb for civic business for meetings on February 9th, April 13th, May 18th, and June 8th, all from 9:30 to 1 p.m. So can we have a point of procedure, Councillor DeGenova?
If I needed to add a leave of absence for tonight because of a gap in childcare, would that be under urgent business later, or would that be now? My apologies, Mayor Stewart.
Have to check with the clerks. We could allow it now, I think. Okay. New business.
Thank you.
Thanks so much. So could I have a mover for this motion?
So moved.
Thanks very much. A second, Councillor Hardwick, I heard. All in favor, yay. Opposed,
Yay.
opposed,
Yay.
nay. Opposed, nay. I hear none, so that has carried unanimously. Thank you so much. The second one is motion 2, supporting additional transportation options to reduce reliance on vehicle ownership. This motion is moved by Councillor Dominato. Councillor Dominato, you have up to 2 minutes to introduce the motion. There'll be questions for up to 1 minute each from council. We do have speakers to this, so this motion, if seconded, would go to tomorrow's standing committee. So Councillor Dominato, we've up to 2 minutes.
Thanks, Mayor. Just a quick question. I believe I actually introduced the motion in the fall when I first introduced it and then postponed it to January. Is it possible to confirm that?
I don't think so. You did? Okay. We didn't have a seconder at that time. Okay. So we can
I'll
skip through.
second it, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Thank you, Councillor Kirby-Young. Okay, so we second the motion. We don't have the introductory comments. So we've received requests to speak to this motion. If we're going to hear speakers, we can refer this to the standing committee tomorrow, starting at 9:30 a.m. Do we have a mover for that?
So moved.
Thank you. We have it's Councillor Dejanova, seconded by Councillor Dominato. All in favor say yay.
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 Opposed, nay. Great. Thanks. So I'm introducing a motion. I'll turn the chair over to Councillor Fry.
Gotcha, Mayor. Please proceed.
Okay. Thank you so much. So, Council, it's a big day for me today. I'm excited to introduce Making Home, which is a motion I've been developing for the past couple of years to bring more homes, affordable homes for middle-income folks to the city. Well, we all know we're in a housing crisis. I think Council's done a good job bringing rental housing. We've been delivering some social housing, a lot of social housing to the city, but we really haven't done a lot to tackle affordability of purchase. So this this motion, if approved by council, would do that. It would refer direction to staff to develop a program that would build up to 10,000 new homes in the city at ground level in neighborhoods where housing currently doesn't exist. At the same time, it would allow the city to capture a lot of the value from the land lift from these properties to put back into either affordable units on site or to a number of possible initiatives across the city, including infrastructure investment, rental, social housing, climate emergency action plan investments, childcare, libraries, all the things we'd usually use development cost levies for. There's a lot of support for this. So you'll see in public submissions today that 80% of the people that wrote in support this motion, but it also has the letters of support that have been sent your way from the Vancouver District Labour Council, BC Nonprofit Housing Society, SFU's Renewable Cities, the Vancouver Board of Trade, Generation Squeeze, Home Builders Association of Vancouver, Small Housing BC, Canadian Real Estate Association, and many, many more who really want us to get out of the blocks with this, get going, and then have staff come back to council with the bylaw and policy adjustments that are needed. And this is something we really need to do. I think we've talked about it a lot. There's a lot of interest in this, not just here in the city, but across Canada, looking for us to again pioneer housing. And really proud to have put this together and bring this to you, and I hope I can gain your support. Thank you.
Thanks, Mayor. And apologies, I was a little late on the pickup there. For those keeping track online, this is motion number 3, Making Home Housing for All of Us. And the motion, of course, was moved by Mayor Stewart. Council, I see some questions for Mayor Stewart. Remember, you have up to 1 minute per member, starting with Councilor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, there'll be lots, I'm sure, but I'll start with one. Mayor, can you say if you envision in your research if these units will be bigger and more suitable for families in terms of more square footage than we currently get in multi-story buildings?
Well, the beauty of this program is that it's completely in the hands of the homeowners. The motion says up to 6 units on a single detached lot, but up to means that you could have For example, a home builder could build 800 square foot units. They could build up to 2,000 square foot units, however they want to configure their property, up to 6 units. And so, yes, I do envision that there'd be, units with more bedrooms in them that are built. And that's the great thing, is that we'd have lots of experimentation.
Okay, but I guess my question is in terms of actuals. I think you've touched on that one. I'm sure we'll go more tomorrow. Maybe another question. It references the Vancouver plan and folding in with that work. So do you envision it coming back as part of the Vancouver plan report back and not separate and outside of the Vancouver plan?
Well, we're kind of at the end of the Vancouver plan process. We have had, stuff come back from staff already. So what I envision is staff will go away once we give them direction. They'll come back with the appropriate policies and bylaws. And we, of course, have to have a public hearing on this, which would be required. So that's what I see happening.
Great. That's your time, Councillor Kirby-Yung. Councillor DeGenova for 1 minute.
Thanks very much. I have so many questions, but we only have limited time. So my first question is, Mayor Stewart, is this Making Home proposal going to replace or push aside affordable home ownership and other programs we have at the City of Vancouver? You said you'd been waiting a long time. I've been waiting maybe, I don't know, a term longer. And I know that we're moving forward with an MOU with BC Housing and CMHC. So would you suppose this should be an addition or something that we're doing instead?
Yeah, this is, I think it complements a lot of the work we're doing. 60% of our land here in the city is single attached homes. So this would open up opportunities for property owners that perhaps aren't in places that are zoned for increased units. So I do see it as complementary. We are starting to see these kinds of moves in some U.S. states, but it hasn't been brought in here in Canada from what I know of. And so it would very much complement the larger densification that we're doing across the city.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hardwick for 1 minute.
Definition inflates land values. How do you expect to enhance affordability at the same time as inflating land values?
Right. So I have been through 2 rounds of consultation with staff on this, and staff suggested, and I took their suggestion, is that we put the development cost expectations that be considered in the development of this. So that should stop really excessive land inflation. However, there will be mechanisms built in order to capture some of this land lift in order for the city to use. So we do have to build more units here in the city, and I know you and I disagree on that to some extent, and this is my proposal to get a lot more built.
Perhaps you know something that I don't know in terms of both zone capacity and pipeline of development. I understand that there's 90,000 units of major developments in place currently. I'm going to run out of time, and you're proposing a pilot of 2,000 projects. How do you reconcile the lack of data with these assumptions?
The data I use is that it's the high price of housing and the lack of available units. And the overwhelming support I have from the people that I listed off saying this is the direction we need to go, and I'm happy to put this before council to consider.
Okay.
Great, and that's
the housing
well over
production
time,
industry.
folks.
Thank you.
Well over time. Thank you. Councillor Swanson for 1 minute of questions.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, do you know how many east side primarily single-family homes are rented? And maybe have a rented basement suite and a rented house, and how this proposal would impact them?
Well, thanks for Councillor Swanson. I know, like you and I, we both care very much about renters in this city. Part of the motion is adding the TRP, is for staff to consider adding that to this proposal, which would have extra protection for renters, which they currently don't have on these properties. So again, renters very much top of mind, not just protecting those that are currently in homes, but also trying to get more units for rental units for folks to to inhabit, to live in.
But all the TRP does is basically pay people to leave. So if they want a unit, I'm just wondering, like, we're seeing stats, news articles about how investors are buying like 1 in 4 houses. So there's probably a lot of investors that own homes, they're being rented. And if they're demolished and replaced by expensive condos, what will happen to those renters in the long term? Not just that they'll be paid to leave and go someplace else, but a TRP.
Yeah, currently there's no protections for those living in this 60, renting in the 60,000 single detached homes across the city. So this would offer future protections, which I think is a very important addition, and look forward to your support on this.
That's my minute, I think.
Pete, you're muted.
Are you on mute, Pete?
Oh, geez, this whole time I was on mute. Oh my goodness, yes. I was trying to say you guys were over time. Yeah, well over time. Councillor Dominato, I believe, was on the queue and her clock was running down for Swanson. Councillor Dominato, did you have a minute for questions?
Yes, thanks, Chair. And a quick question to the mayor is just in the consultation work you did in other jurisdictions where this has been adopted, this particular model and approach, what kind of uptake has there been, and what kind of implications have there been?
The places we've been looking, for example, California has just put this in place, and in fact, I don't even think it's through the legislature fully. Oregon has put a similar or up to 4 units in Oregon, but again, that's a very new initiative, and so we haven't seen much data. Although we have been consulting with folks out of Oregon to see how it's been going, and there seems to be a lot of interest in the program there.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. And Councillor Carr for 1 minute.
Great, thank you. Mayor, do you think that character homes in this city may be at risk? And is there any way that we could make sure that they aren't at risk through this program?
I do think that I know we've had a conversation about character homes, and I do think, in talking with various environmental organizations, they would like to see as much of the existing housing retained. So character homes would definitely should be part of the consideration of this, and I haven't put that into this motion, but would welcome an amendment to that effect.
Appreciate that. I'm on your mailing list, I think, about 4 times. I've been getting the message that 2 units will be affordable. I don't see that written in right now. How do we achieve that affordability?
Yeah, this is about the land value capture. So if you take a single detached home and you replace it with 6 units, there'll be a considerable land lift. The city will capture some of that land lift and either allow the owner to put it back into the building that's on site, so that would be to create affordable units for purchase, or the city can capture that value and use it across the city in other ways, infrastructure or housing investments. So it's all about making sure that we as a community benefit from any land lift that's brought through these units.
Great, thank you.
And that's well over a minute. Councillor Bly, questions for 1 minute.
Yeah, so just a quick follow-up, Mayor, based on what you just shared in the land value capture and the sort of bubble zones, I think, or however you framed it, in terms of the 2,000 sites that would be able to do this, do you expect that this policy would result in a downzoning of these 2,000 sites, essentially, so that people will opt for this option of creating, as you say, affordable home ownership versus selling that piece of land to the private market as it stands right now?
I do think there's a variety of things. Again, it is a much a grassroots approach to this, so the individual landowners get to decide what's best for them. It just gives them increased options for their current homes, especially those, for example, that are want to age in place but are in very big homes that would be better if the family members could live in them. I don't see this as a downzoning. It's an opportunity to upzone these properties. However, sharing some of the benefits more broadly with the community, either with units in the building itself that would be permanently affordable for purchase, or in the city at large.
And this is your time. Yeah. Thanks, Councillor Bly. And thank you, Mayor. I don't see questions on the queue. Would someone like to second?
Happy to second.
I heard
Chair
Weeb.
Price?
Sorry, Councillor Boyle. I did hear Weeb. Come on.
That's fine too.
Seconded by Councillor Wiebe. We have received requests to speak to the motion. If council would like to hear the speakers, we can refer the motion to the Standing Committee of Policy and Strategic Priorities meeting tomorrow on Wednesday, January 26, 2022, which starts at 9:30 a.m.
So move to refer.
Moved by Dominato, seconded by Bly. All those in favor say yay.
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 Those opposed say nay. Motion is referred to the Standing Committee meeting tomorrow. Back to you, Mayor Stewart.
Thank you very much, Chair Fry, and I know that's it's tough doing it remotely, so thank you again for that. And thank you, Council, for sending this off to committee. Next is motion number 4, which is toward a quieter and emission-free landscape maintenance equipment future in Vancouver. This motion is moved by Councillor Kirby-Yung. Councillor Kirby-Yung, whenever you're ready, I have up to 2 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Just to refresh council, you may recall that we had this on the agenda about June last year, hoping to consider it, and we're not able to move forward with policy changes or looking at our regulations at that time due to a moratorium with the DBL department. Council did affirm a goal at that point to work towards the phasing out of gas-powered landscape equipment and provide input into Metro Vancouver's strategy, but this motion essentially was tabled until January, and that moratorium has now been lifted. So the premise behind this really is to deal with both the environmental and livability aspects of this equipment in urban life. The gas-powered has a pretty significant impact, even when operated for now, compared to a single vehicle, as was noted. I believe Councillor Carr noted that in a motion that it equates the same as driving 1,100 miles in a new passenger vehicle, which is quite astounding when you think about it. I hear from residents a great deal too that it really impacts quality of life significantly. I think the City of Vancouver recognized that by banning them in the West End. At the time when the West End was one of the most densest neighborhoods that we've had in the city, and our city has changed in the 2 decades since then. And increasingly we have a denser urban environment. And so we're seeing the impact on people's sort of mental health and livability throughout neighborhoods across the city, and particularly with the pandemic from work from home. So that's really the spirit of the motion. It is intended to be phased to allow a period of time for people to replace their equipment naturally. And I also wanted to thank Councillor Boyle, who had worked on me and had some great conversations as well with representatives from Coastal Health, who also spoke about the health impacts. I should have said it's a bit like a three-partite kind of piece there. It's the environmental, kind of livability and mental health, but also health impacts of this, which I think are starting to be documented, but is also an important consideration. So that's the background on the motion.
Thank you so much. Any questions for Councillor Kirby-Yung? Please put yourself on the queue.
This is Councillor Boyle, and I'm happy to second if there aren't any questions.
There are no questions, so thanks. We'll take that seconding. And can we have a motion to refer this till tomorrow?
So moved.
I heard Councillor Wiebe, and I think that was Councillor Boyle. All in favor of moving this to tomorrow, yay?
Yay.
Opposed, nay? Thanks so much. That has moved. We're on to motion number 5, which is supporting local journalism and its impacts on civic democracy. Again, motion moved by Councillor Kirby-Yung. Up to 2 minutes, please.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. This is a fairly simple, straightforward advocacy motion, and I don't do many of these ones. The reason that I did it was really recognizing how important a healthy journalism ecosystem is to civic engagement in terms of knowledge of what's happening in people's own cities and environments, and in terms of the fact that we often see really low voter turnouts in municipal elections, sadly. But we always often say that these are the issues that impact people's daily lives the most. And so this was brought forward to me. I think council probably received a similar outreach from an individual who'd worked at the Waterloo Record, who formed together a number of journalists and felt it was quite a stark picture of the number of news outlets that we were losing. I think there was a university-based local news research project that showed that 250 outlets were lost due to closure or merger between 2008 and 18. After the pandemic lockdown, we saw another 40, thousands of workers being laid off, and I think just less information or less outlets to get credible information and coverage on local affairs. So the motion is an advocacy one. It's not asking for funding. It's not asking or subscribing to any particular model. It's simply looking for voices to elevate the conversation with the federal government to have discussions around creating an ecosystem. There's about 27 local governments have supported it. I believe St. John passed their resolution most recently on Monday evening. And that's essentially the crux of the motion.
Thank you so much. I don't see any questions for you on this matter, so have a seconder, please. Councillor Hardwick seconded. Do we have, so this has to be referred to tomorrow. Can we have somebody move it to?
So moved, Dominato.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato, seconded by Councillor Dejanova. All in favor, yay. Opposed, nay.
Yay.
We're good? Okay, thank you very much. Next is motion number 6, which is ensuring the health of e-com and stable delivery of emergency services for public and residents. Councillor Kirby-Young, you're up for 2 minutes.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. This one is, I feel really strongly about, and it really, I think one way to look at this motion, and I'm hopeful that council looks at it in this context, that from a public response and emergency public safety perspective, we need a really healthy ecosystem working together. And that ranges from ambulance, fire, police, all the different services that are dispatched, but that dispatch service itself that is sort of the nucleus in the network and the lifeline for people when they call also is having challenges and issues. And we've seen that certainly throughout some of the major events that we've seen, like heat domes and others. And yes, there are issues in terms of personnel and their ability to have services to dispatch to, like ambulance, that relates to wait times. What we're hearing, and I really want to appreciate the workers at Ecom and sort of QP 8911 who really sort of have articulated the issue, is identifying a critical situation in regular times, outside even some of those peak events. And what they have identified is a number of challenges in terms of, and how important the service is. I think 99% of callers in BC are served by this, and they commissioned a recent report from PricewaterhouseCoopers that found that the organization is significantly understaffed and relies heavily on staff accepting overtime shifts, working in very challenging and stressful situations. And when call volumes remain even within normal levels, let alone when there's a bit of a peak and there's a significant situation or emergency that is going on. So I think that after sort of decades of existence, there is a real opportunity to acknowledge that there are cracks in this system. And I think it's been kind of important for council to acknowledge this and to get a briefing back on what an appropriate model looks like moving forward, and we haven't had a chance to receive that information yet. The other part of the model is on advocacy, recognizing that the CRTC is requiring a move towards higher technology and VoIP that will allow sort of digital calls, you know, sort of adapting to technology today, whether it's phone and video. And so there's an advocacy ask there that's funding be provided.
Thanks so much. We're at 2 minutes. I don't see any questions for you, so can I have a seconder for this one?
Second, Dominato.
Councillor Dominato, thank you. And we have speakers to this, so could we have a motion to move to tomorrow? Thank you, Councillor Hardwick, seconder. Councillor Carr, thank you. All in favor of moving this to the standing committee tomorrow? I hear speakers say yay.
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 Opposed, say nay. Thanks, that's moved. We have the next motion by Councillor Boyle is advancing efforts for an age-friendly city of Vancouver. And you have Councillor Boyle is moved, this is moved by Councillor Swanson and seconded by Councillor Boyle. So is it Councillor Swanson on the queue?
This is Councillor Boyle. I'm going to speak to the motion if that's okay.
Okay.
That's good.
Okay, ceding the floor to Councillor Boyle. Go ahead, up to 2 minutes.
Thanks so much. So this motion, Councillor Swanson and I are bringing forward on behalf of the Seniors Advisory Committee as the two council liaisons to the committee. It speaks to the need to be continuing to address age-friendly city policies that have been in place or under in the works in the city, and like many things sort of took a backseat to immediate COVID response, as well as to continue to work on priorities to make the city friendlier to aging adults, particularly as we see a growing number of residents aging in the city, and so much work to do on that front. There is a number of existing city work to build on, and the motion speaks to that. The Seniors Advisory Committee has spoken to that, and Council will hear from members of the Seniors Advisory Committee as well as other committees about the long list of organizations that have endorsed the motion and the need to continue and lift up this work moving forward. I can recirculate that to Council, and it will be raised by speakers tomorrow. So we'll just leave it at saying we know there is an ongoing need to be addressing the needs of seniors and aging adults, and as well those needs as they intersect with low income seniors, seniors with disabilities, many other challenges that folks in our city or overlapping challenges that folks in our city are facing. So leave it at there. Hope to see lots of support and look forward to hearing from speakers on the motion.
Thanks very much. You do have questions, Councillor Dejanova, up to a minute.
Oh, sorry, I went on. I was prepared to second it.
Oh, second it? Okay, we've got a second.
I think Councillor Swanson and I have brought it forward.
However, there are speakers, so Councillor Dejanova, if you'd like to move it to the council meeting tomorrow. Yep. Okay. Councillor Dejanova has moved this to the standing committee tomorrow. Do we have a seconder?
Second, Swanson.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, I have a point of procedure.
Yes.
Just on the seconding of the age-friendly city motions, my understanding that the motion is jointly submitted and can be jointly submitted by two councillors, but it still requires a seconder procedurally. Is that not correct?
It does, and I think Councillor Swanson seconded.
But she's the co-submitter. That's my question.
Oh no,
so
no, that just one is the main submitter at this point. So Councillor Boyle took the 2-minute introduction, and then Councillor Swanson would be free to second it.
But the written motion, that's not the procedure. My follow-up procedure question is that's not the procedure we followed before, I believe, because the motion in writing says submitted by Councillor Swanson and Boyle.
Yeah, a motion can only be put forward by a single member. So,
Mayor, can I challenge the chair on that? Because we've had many motions that are jointly submitted by two councillors, and we've accepted that. So that's a new procedure.
So you want to challenge the chair on this?
Well, perhaps could we, no, I don't want to be challenging, but could we ask for clarification from the clerk? Because we've had many.
No, I've clarified the procedure, and I invite you to send an email to the clerk if you'd like some more updates on it, but we're just going to time short here. And
I'll challenge the chair then and ask the clerk.
Challenge the chair on whether or not
you can jointly, two councillors
the seconding was in order. Okay. My ruling on seconding is in order. Do we have a seconder for the chair challenge? Second? Councillor Hardwick? Okay. So then we're going to have to vote. Just maybe I'll have the clerks just refresh us on a chair challenge.
Thank you, Mayor Stewart. Yes, for appealing the chair. It is debatable. And for refresh, the chair, just reading my own script here, the councillor indicates the reason for the appeal. The chair would then indicate that your decision is being appealed to proceed. And then if there's any debate, that can take place. And then the chair would indicate when you're ready to vote on the appeal. And you would restate your ruling. Those who agree with the council member's appeal would vote in favor, and those opposed to the council member's appeal would vote in opposition. And it requires a 2/3 majority of those present to overrule the decision of the chair. So 2/3 of those present would have to vote in favor of the appeal.
Okay, thanks. So we've had it.
Mayor, I really don't want to burn time and challenge the
Oh,
chair.
you've burned it, and
wanted to ask the
this
clerk.
is live on the floor. We've had it moved and seconded. So
Yes, I know, but I'm trying to save time, Mayor. I just really wanted to ask the clerk, and you did seem willing to do that, but I don't want to burn up time. This seems this is
But
taking
this
time.
is a live motion now.
As it's live, I am withdrawing the challenge, to be
okay,
clear.
we need unanimous consent in order to withdraw the challenge, right? I'll have to check with the clerks about this. Sorry, Councillor Kirby. So we'd need a unanimous consent in order to withdraw the chair challenge. So we have a motion by Councillor Kirby-Young to withdraw this chair challenge. And do we have a seconder for that? Councillor Hardwick seconds. So we'll do yeas and nays. All in favor of agreeing to the withdrawal of the chair challenge, say yay.
Yay.
Any opposed, say nay. Great. Okay, thanks so much. So we're back on track here. Let's see now. We were referring this, the age-friendly city motion. We don't have questions on the referral, though. Okay, so there's questions for the mover of the motion. We haven't yet had a vote on the referral, so Councillor Weeb has a question for you, Councillor Boyle, then followed by Councillor DeGenova, I think, for up to 1 minute. Please go ahead.
Yeah, I have a quick question. In the resolution, it talks about directing staff to redirect staff services as well as looking at opportunities to reprioritize. I'm just wondering, recognizing we've heard over and over again that this group and department is over we have too many projects going to this department. I'm wondering, where do you see the reprioritization and where do you see the redirecting of selected staff from what areas?
Councillor Boyle?
Thanks, Councillor Weeb. It's a good question and one we discussed quite a bit and ended up adding language in the motion to ensure that current work underway isn't delayed because of this. So the hope is that this work will be on staff's radar to be taken up as an opportunity arises for staff to be working on it, or as this council may create in the next budget, but that it not bump existing work that's underway, but add to that list of work, and also, as we stated, where there's opportunities for overlap or intersecting priorities, that it may come up then.
It clearly states redirect staff.
Sorry, we're at the 1 minute.
Okay, thank you.
So we had Councillor DeGenova move to refer it to the standing committee. Do we have a seconder for that? Anyone?
Second, Dominato.
Councillor Carr actually heard. So all in favor of the referring this to tomorrow, say yay. Any opposed, say nay. Great, that is referred. Thanks very much. We're on to motion number 8, which is the year of the Salish Sea. This is moved by Councillor Weeb. Councillor Weeb, you have up to 2 minutes to introduce this. So let me reset the timers. Go ahead.
Beautiful. And I want to thank the orcas that came into the harbor today. Pretty amazing that we are having water quality in Falls Creek that's swimmable. Last fall, we had salmon returning to our creeks and reintroducing herring to Cole Harbor. The Year of the Salish Sea is a youth-led effort, and it's not just for Vancouver. It's going to be from Nanaimo, Victoria, Olympia, Seattle, the North Shore, and it's really important that we work together collectively, First Nations, municipalities, organizations, individuals, to all strengthen our effort for a healthy Salish Sea. A cohort of students is really leading this work, recognizing the need for a co-governing environmental management body. This is something I've been working on since 2015. I had the pleasure to meet these students who will be speaking hopefully tomorrow on such an amazing project to reconnect Vancouverites and others to the importance of the Salish Sea and projects that we can do. They've created a website called theyearoftheSalishSea.ca. We have some really large conferences on the Salish Sea coming to Vancouver. This is an opportune time to be a catalyst in really making change here. This city led with the Year of Reconciliation that really changed the way we operate with our First Nations, and I'm hoping this can change the way we deal with our watershed work. So looking forward to hearing from the speakers tomorrow. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Councillor Weeb. I don't see any questions for you, so I need a seconder for this.
Second, Dominato.
Thank you, Councillor Dominato. There are speakers, so if we could have a referral to tomorrow, that would be great.
So moved, Dominato.
Councillor Dejanova, seconded by Councillor Dominato. All in favor, yay?
Yay.
Any opposed, nay? Okay, great. We're now on motion number 9. Motion number 9 does not have speakers, Council, so we will be dealing with this right now. This is cutting red tape, making homes accessible, and this is introduced by Councillor Dominato, and I'll just get you queued up here, and you have your 2 minutes introduction. Please go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor. Happy to introduce this. This motion really focuses on opportunities to reduce barriers to individuals who have disabilities, particularly persons with disabilities who are seeking to retrofit their homes for accessibility reasons. And if you look at the Accessible Canada Act, it focuses on proactive and systemic approaches for identifying, removing, and preventing barriers to accessibility without delay. And this motion hopes to achieve is developing a system where we prioritize permit applications specifically for accessibility retrofits. I learned through working with an individual who recently purchased a Strative condo that we did not have a system to do that. No nexus line, no queuing priority system at all. And yet he cannot live in his home, and he had to wait several months to get permits to do retrofits, and it'll be several months before those are finished. And so this directs staff to develop policy and procedures so that we can prioritize those applications. And then based on the feedback of the Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee, there are additional considerations and suggestions in the further at clause. And so it really seeks to develop a really clear process for dealing with these permits.
Thanks so much. You do have a question from Councillor Dejanova. Up to a minute, please.
Thanks very much. I'm just wondering, you had noted a specific case. As a former liaison to the Persons with Disabilities Committee, I had been met with several of these very specific and unique cases. I'm wondering if staff had told you this work was underway at all.
No. In meeting with staff, they indicated that they did not have a system for prioritizing these type of permits. And it was not brought up as part of the discussions around the accessibility strategy that recently came to council in the draft form.
Okay, I'm also wondering, is it just permits or is it approvals also? Because the two go hand in hand sometimes.
Well, of course, as part of the process. In the case of this applicant, they were waiting several months. Their contractor applied on their behalf, and they had to wait several months to get the permit so they could do the work.
Okay, so this is just because the language says that it applies to permits. So is this just permits or is this
permitting process?
Okay, so there's permitting process and there's a planning process sometimes if there's a DP.
Yes, understood.
So, okay, that's my time. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Boyle. Up to a minute.
Thanks. I really appreciate the idea of this, and I'm interested to hear how you imagine it fitting with the existing accessibility strategy that's underway, and also with the work underway in DBL to try to address the backlogs. That this, it seems, would be an additional piece of work while they're trying to get a handle on that backlog as well.
Yeah, certainly we have the accessibility strategy that is underway that has some broad strategic directions. There hasn't been a strong focus on DBL. DBL, in their initial feedback, expressed some concerns around the backlog. So I actually had a discussion with our city manager about this was not to go and triage existing applications at this time. It's actually forward-looking policy and procedures, and suggested that the report back around that be in Q4 of 2020, so post-election, to give ample time to look at this.
Great,
thank you.
Appreciate that.
Okay, so I don't see any questions on this one. Do we have a seconder? Seconder, Councillor Weeb, thank you so much. We're on the main queue for debate. Anybody who'd like to debate this? Councillor Weeb.
Yeah, so we had our Person with Disability Advisory meeting where this came up and was discussed. It is something that I've been on the committee for 8 years now, and it's been brought up multiple times about the struggles of people with disabilities in making adaptations to their homes so that they can access them, use them, and not be renting out a hotel room waiting months. And so this is critical, and I really appreciate Dominato bringing this forward. It was passed unanimously at the Person with Disability Advisory Committee, and they want me to send their support to today's motion, recognizing that this is something that they've been waiting for. So thanks for bringing it forward and looking forward to support it.
Thank you. Anybody else to debate this one? Okay, thank you. We don't have any other discussions, so we can move to a vote. Councillor Weep? Thanks. That passes unanimously. Council, congratulations, Councillor Dominato. I was doing so well, too. Sorry about that. Congratulations, Councillor Dominato. Okay, that ends this portion of the private members' business, but now we're on to notices of new members' motions. So we'll start with that. In this section, we're just introducing members' motions. We'll move to other types of business later. And again, a reminder is to state the title of your motion, the date which you'd like it considered, and then to send a copy of that to the clerks. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. I have one titled Improving the Effectiveness of the Standards of Maintenance Bylaw 5462 for the February 8th Council, or February 8th, 2022 Council meeting, please.
Thank you so much. Councillor Swanson. Might be on mute, Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, I have one for the February 8th council meeting called Supporting the Legal Challenge Against Discrimination Implied in Quebec's Bill 21.
Thanks so much. Councillor Carr. Sorry, just 1 second, please. Did you give a date, Councillor Swanson?
Yep, February 8th.
Thanks so much. Councillor Carr.
Thank you. I have two motions. First, aligning Vancouver's 2023-26 capital plan with increased climate emergency action for the February 8th meeting of council. The second is advancing congestion pricing as a regional priority, again for the February 8th, 2022 council meeting.
Thanks so much. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I have a motion co-submitting with Councillor Swanson for the February 8th meeting, and that is local elected representation on the TransLink board.
Thank you. Councillor Dejanova.
I have a notice of motion for the February 8th council meeting titled Prioritizing Public Safety.
Thanks so much. And that looks like that's it for new members' motions. Now we're going to move to the new business category. And just a reminder to council, I do new business as one section. Then once we're finished that, we move to inquiries and other matters. So new business is just strictly new things that you want council to consider. We'll start with the first one, which is already been submitted by the clerks, and that is request for leaves of absence. That's Councillor Fry for civic business for meetings on February 9th from 10 a.m. to 11 a.m. and Councillor Boyle for civic business for the council public hearing reserved for February 15th from 3 till 5. Would someone like to move this, please? Councillor Dejanova. Seconder? Councillor Carr, thank you. All those in favor say yay. Opposed say nay. Okay, that passes unanimously. Thanks. And any other items of new business? Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much, Mayor. I have an urgent motion that I've submitted to the clerk that I would like to move forward or put before council and hope that can be dealt with today.
Okay, well, we deal with this right now. I'll get the clerks to pull the motion up on the screen so everybody can see it.
Happy to second, Councillor Kirby.
Point of
Just
privilege.
1 second, I have a point of privilege here first.
I'm just wondering if this was circulated to council and at what time?
It was sent to council at 3:31, so about 20 minutes ago.
3:31, I haven't had time to review it, so I may have to call notice.
Okay, we have a councillor who's called notice on this
I'm not
motion.
even sure what it is.
Mayor, I wonder
Can I
if,
have a moment to decide if I want to call notice?
I just wonder, I mean, the motion is very short intentionally so that it's very straightforward, but I'm happy to move a motion to recess for 5 minutes or 10 minutes to give any councillors who have not had a chance to review a chance to do so.
Yeah, we did have notice called.
Well, I think Councillor DeGenova just said she would like to decide.
It's not really
if she
debatable. It's like the motion was put forward as urgent business or as new business. There was notice called on it, and so
I'll withdraw the notice. It's fine.
come on, council.
I'm trying to figure this out.
You know, we got chair challenges withdrawn. We're having, just make up your mind of what you're going to do, because it's, are you calling notice or not?
On a point of privilege, Mayor Stewart, I'm
Okay, notice has
looking
been
for my
called. We're
information.
moving
I'm
on to the
having
next.
technical difficulties right now. I didn't want to stop council for that, so I'm trying to pull up this motion so that I have the information that I need to make a decision.
Okay.
So I will withdraw my notice. Please don't be upset at me for that. Thank you.
That's not a point of privilege, Councillor Deja.
It is.
Okay. I'm just going to take 5 minutes and sort out what we do with the clerk, and I'll come back at 4 o'clock.
Just wonder if my timer can be stopped, Mayor. Thanks very much.
So I did hear Councillor DeGenova call for recess at first, and so I will recognize the recess as called, and that's what we just did. So what I'd like to do is just start this over again, and for Councillor Bly um, to restate your call for this motion, and then we'll check with all the councillors that they're okay moving ahead with this, and if there's no notice called, we'll move ahead. So Councillor Bly, can you start us again?
Yeah, no, I do appreciate that, Mayor, and it's already been a long day. So I just wanted to bring this motion forward as work that we can ask staff to immediately work on and provide that direction specific to some of the concerns that have been raised around the single-use beverage cup fee policy rolled out January 1st of this year. Not looking for a repeal. I think as a city that's first out of the gate with this type of bylaw, demonstrating sort of agility and being able to respond to public feedback is a really important part of our job here at council. And this motion is simply asking staff to go and look at some of the key issues related to, but not limited to, equity, how this fee is affecting vulnerable people, food delivery app type services, any of the sort of normalized loopholes that may have particularly multinationals circumventing the fee by reducing the cost of their coffee, for example, or just simply the margin increase on the $1-2 per transaction for a family if we're going to a fast food restaurant as an example, and whether or not we need to compel these restaurants to do more or whether we need to make any other adjustments. So that's the motion before council, and hope that we can send staff to swiftly respond to what we're hearing publicly on this bylaw.
Okay, so before I call for a seconder, I just want to explain to council that as this is new business and a motion under new business, we'd have to consider it now. But if anybody doesn't want to hear this now and would like to consider it for until the next council meeting, you would call notice. So I'm opening the door here. If anybody wants to call, if anybody would like to call notice on this motion, please let me know.
And I did second it earlier. It's Councillor Kirby-Yung there.
Anybody would like to call notice on this motion, please let me know. Don't hear anybody. Can we have a seconder, please?
Councillor Kirby-Yung, I seconded it.
I heard Councillor DeGenova. Thanks so much. So now we're going to move.
Can I do a sound check? Are you not hearing me? Because I've seconded it 3 times. I just want to, is there an audio?
So we're moving on to the debate queue. And if folks would like to debate this matter, please put yourself on the queue. Councillor Swanson, please go ahead up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, I think this is a good idea. I support the changes to the idea of reducing single-use cups and bags, but this is having a hard impact on lower-income people. And I know the staff is thinking if we give it a longer time, maybe we won't have to have a strict bylaw to enforce it, but I think we do need to do some investigating about the glitches and how we can overcome them. And I think that's what this motion is about, and I think we need to do it.
Thank you.
So thank you, Councillor Bly, for bringing it forward.
Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks. I really wish we would have had an opportunity to see this motion in advance, further in advance. I understood that Councillor Bly was working on something. I was working on something also. I was hoping maybe there could be some collaboration, because I see this addressing a cup ban, but because we don't have a question period. Mayor Stewart, can I ask a point of information through you, the mover of the motion?
You can. Yep.
I'm just wondering, I've heard from people as recently as this afternoon, people who are homeless, people who are living in poverty, that it goes beyond just the cups, that it's also about the bags, and it's about looking at dignified ways, not where people have to prove themselves. So I'm just wondering, Councillor Bly, why all of the different issues aren't captured in this. It's just specifically the cup.
Yeah, it's the bag issue, and I appreciate you've heard from folks. I've heard less about the bag issue, mostly because people generally have various reusable bag options, but not necessarily cup options, particularly around the confusion with COVID and whether or not businesses are accepting personal cups, which we know, of course, according to the PHO, they are allowed to be accepting personal cups. So I think mostly it's that 25 cents that's added on top of a coffee, for example, for folks who are homeless or others that make a big difference in terms of a 25% increase in the price of coffee, more so than the 15-cent charge around the bags. Again, as I say, there are more options with reusable bags than there are reusable cups. So just reflecting what we've really been hearing largely from the public.
Maybe I'll bring a separate motion because it would be a different topic than if we're making bags and cups separate. But I have heard from people with disabilities, actually. I mean, we've all been tagged on social media in some accounts talking about people with paper bags trying to carry those after they've forgotten their reusable bags and living in poverty, not being able to buy $4 bags every time they forget them, or there's not even that option. They are paper bags, and hearing from a senior also by email who was trying to carry one of those bags with tins in it and having their groceries, kind of end up all over the street. So I think there's something that might need to be done. I'm not saying plastic is the way, but maybe there's a bag share program or reusable bags. Who knows? But I do think that needs to be addressed. I'm a little disappointed the way that this has come forward, that, it wasn't circulated a little bit earlier. But again, I will support this because I think it's moving in the right direction. But would I have hoped that it would have also applied to the bags, and considering, people with mobility issues, people who are living in poverty and are homeless, I think that might not be as big a deal as was just said by one of my colleagues, but I think it's still a big deal. So you can expect a motion from me on that, and I will support this, but really wish we could have done this in a more transparent way. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Boyle, up to 5, please.
Thanks, Mayor. I just have a point of information, if you'll allow it, to the mover of the motion. I appreciate the intent of this, and I'm wondering if you anticipate that the report back from staff would be in public or in memo form, or maybe it's just dependent on what the report back contains?
Councillor Bly?
That's a good question. Yeah, thanks very much for the question. It is actually intended that this would be a public report back before March 15th.
Okay.
Okay. I will just say I'm just, as we have all heard, conscious of how much is on our agendas. So I actually was appreciative of that being not specified, so that if what staff gather and report back on is a memo that would be public, but doesn't contain specific recommendations, that could be the route. And if it is more appropriate to be in a public council meeting, then it be that way as well. So I appreciate that either of those are possible as it's laid out now, but just because we have so much on our plate in the coming months, but have too heard these concerns, and I also support the idea of this program. And of course, as a early leader on it, there are some pieces for us to be learning on, and I think it's responsible of us to be learning in public and modeling that as other municipalities look to how they can work on waste reduction in ways that include equity considerations. And so happy for us to continue to address those concerns as we adapt the program and keep working to meet the important goals behind it.
Councillor Fry.
Yeah, also appreciate how Councillor Bly has brought this forward as a report back, and not really in any effort to sort of throw off this work altogether, but rather to look at some of the perhaps gaps that are in the program, in the ban right now. As the city's rep on both Metro Zero Waste and the National Zero Waste Council, I can tell you that lots of folks are looking with keen interest on what we're doing here, and it is the way a lot of folks are starting to head. In fact, we had a presentation at Metro Zero Waste just last week with some folks in North Vancouver district that are they're rolling out cup share all over North Vancouver district. Actually, probably better than we're doing here. Obviously, a smaller space, but there is a lot of room in this space, and there's a lot of opportunity here. And I think that it is the way we are going to want to go, but surely acknowledging gaps and reporting back on that would be prudent. I mean, obviously, it seems that it's the big our big corporate citizens that are probably the least agreeable to this work and the least supportive of it, and that's unfortunate. But I think there's also opportunity to make a shift with them, and I think it'd be important to get them at the table on this. Just to add on the subject of bag bans, it is worth noting that we will see a national plastic bag ban coming into force this year. So this is work that's been kind of plotted along for some time, and I know it's not the subject of this, but one of the councillors did mention the intention of doing that. I just want to caution that a national bag ban is coming, and that's why we've had incremental fees applied to bags for some time now to prepare folks for the inevitability of a single-use plastic bag ban that is coming on a national level. That's it. I'll be supporting this.
Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 5.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Can you hear me now?
Up to 5 minutes, please go ahead.
I just want to check my audio because you didn't appear to hear me earlier. I just want to confirm, are you able to hear me now?
Your clock's running. Up to 5 minutes, please.
I'll have to take that as yes. Yeah, no, in conversations with, when we're having a number of conversations, sort of with Councillor Bly and others and other colleagues, I think that we've all been watching the implementation of this bylaw, noting that change is going to be a bit bumpy, and it was a challenge, I think, that it was rolled out with the pandemic, particularly with a lot of places saying that, they were concerned about COVID, for example, and so they weren't accepting the reusable cups. And yet the CDC guidelines said that there was no issue with respect to accepting reusable cups and so on. But we are hearing a lot of anomalies, and I'll share just a few that I think might be helpful in terms of signaling some of the information that I think council's looking to get back. I hear, for example, something like a particular coffee shop location, I won't name the one, but an individual location of a local coffee shop that has a few around town, on this one on Main Street, actually lowered the price of their coffee so that people weren't dissuaded. And they said that way your price of your coffee is the same, but there was no disincentive not to have a cup. They're like, we're just going to deal with it and sort of work around that way. And so your coffee is now 25 cents cheaper. We add on the cup fee and you pay what you paid before, which sort of defeated the purpose. So I'm also hearing, for example, people that have been sharing receipts that they went to, and some people might say this is a happy outcome of the piece, that people hadn't programmed their POSs specific to Vancouver. So somebody goes shopping at MacArthur Glen, which is located in Richmond, and they're getting charged 25-cent cup fee, or at a fast food outlet in Surrey. And so the questions being, I think that there is a real distinction between some of the staff that said that their intention, or one option might be to amend the bylaw and implement a mandatory reusable program. Otherwise, you can't kind of pocket the revenue from that 25 cents. And so, but I'd like to sort of really understand what all the options are. I've also heard, and I've heard a little bit of positive feedback. There was an interview on the radio the other morning with a person representing reusables who said that their interest since the beginning of January has gone up exponentially, with a lot of local small business that are looking to invest in the reusable program, which is what the revenue was intended for. And they have options where people can have their cups and the business can either wash them on site or they can send them out. So I think we are in a bit of this transitional phase, but there have been some pretty unique challenges between things like, large chains and smaller businesses, and COVID confusion. And so I think that, people, saying, is it better for the revenue to go to the city of Vancouver, for example, to invest in green initiatives, or does the business really need this, and does it really make sense for them to use a reusable program, and what is the tipping point to require them to do that? And these are all really valid questions that I think that we have, and I do think that the timeliness, to the point that was raised earlier, is really important because it's impacting people right now, right? Right now, right, as to whether or not people want to pay that little bit extra, and it's really an equity thing, because the people that just sort of, it's not a big deal financially, they're like, oh, it's just another 25 cents. They might notice it. They might be a bit irritated. Some people, it doesn't bother them at all. Other people are a bit irritated. And other people it really does impact those people that have very little disposable cash. And we're seeing a lot in the news about food prices and everything else going up, and this is just one more thing. So I think, whenever we're implementing a new policy like this, and I absolutely support the aspiration of it to get the 84 million cups out of the landfill, but inevitably any program needs some education, but sometimes it needs some refinement. And I think that's all we're asking for is let's get some information. So I'm happy to support it.
Councillor Weeb.
Yeah, I'm struggling with this one. I got it last minute here, and a couple components. As someone that's been involved in small business, the price of a bag costs more than 15 cents. We're subsidizing, most of the coffee cups cost more than 25. And so we've always been subsidizing the to-go market. And with COVID, small business has been hurt so much because of the cost of takeout. Takeout prices continue to go up, and that's becoming more and more of the percentage of sales of a small business. And so we're seeing tons of restaurants that they're spending thousands of extra without giving more revenue, plus they're taking a hit from the organizations that are doing the takeout. So I'm glad that this is staying in the business's hands, because it's actually just shifting what's already being subsidized by our small business owners to fund the takeout movement that's happened in Vancouver with COVID. My experience has been different. I went to Starbucks and used my mug. They put it into a big mug, and I saved 10 cents. And I know that it's going to take a while for all the large organizations to get there, but this is big. We have 80 million cups. We need to make a difference. I understand the equity issue that needs to be dealt with. I'm a little bit nervous that we will not get good data. And we keep talking about doing evidence-based decision around this table if we're trying to rush back this information, because it's going to take a while for the cup share companies to get going. It's going to take a while for them to implement. It's going to take a while for large corporations to shift the way they do business and customers to change behaviors for us to really get a good idea of what's working and not working. I do believe we need to look at the food costs and the equity issue for a lot of residents here in Vancouver. However, I want to see a little bit more time for us to really get good data, and I really want to hear how we can utilize cup share programs in a way that works more efficiently and quicker, so you can use the delivery apps and get something that is a cup share option. I also want people to sit down and be able to enjoy a cup of coffee. In Europe, you don't see a lot of opportunities for cup share or for takeout, because we spend the time to sit and enjoy, and I think we waste so much as a society. And I like that what staff brought forward. I know there's some kinks in it, but I'm a little nervous that this is going in a direction to kill it, when I think that it's been beneficial. Went to McDonald's last night and didn't get a bag, and that bag is going to save 1/3% of a GHG ton, but it helps. And I think that that's a big thing for us as a society to be leaders in this world. So I'm struggling with what to do with this. I know it's just a report back to understand the facts, but I hope some of the facts will be able to give us the data that showcases the options to move forward in a positive way.
Mr. Dominato.
Thanks, Mayor. And I'll maybe pick up where Councillor Weeb left around the proposal on hand. I initially supported the staff proposal and recommendations around this because of exactly that, the 80,000 cups, the incredibly wasteful and disposable society that we've begun. We've seen it around us, and I think for many of us, we've seen it over our generation. To Councillor Reed's point, whether it be in Europe or even when we were growing up, people would stay in, you'd have a reusable cup, but we have become an on-the-go, to-go type of society, and so we've through that consumerism, the disposable cup came about, and that being said, I did meet with a company from the UK that's been doing cup share. There's some really great models out there, and so I do want this looked at. But we have heard from businesses, we have heard from residents that there may have been some hiccups in terms of the implementation. And I do think it's important to hear those concerns, and to Councillor Bly's point earlier, to be responsive. And so we're not throwing the baby out with the bathwater. We're saying it's staying in place, but we want to get more information, understand if there's what the unintended consequences are, how we might address those. But I think that that is a part of a governance role and leadership, is recognizing and hearing from people, listening, and then responding to that and saying, yeah, we need to take a second look at this. We're not necessarily getting rid of it, but we want to hear back what's working, what's not, how can we improve it? And that's what I see this motion as being. And we'll get a report back. It'll be public. And so I'm happy to support the motion in front of us today. Thank you.
Councillor Lai, up to 5.
Thanks, and I won't take 5 minutes. I just wanted to thank Council for considering this motion today on the spot, recognizing it's not something we typically do, but given that March 15th is a timeline, which, by the way, just responding to a couple councillors, is a doable timeline, and I sort of conferred with staff on that and extended it beyond the end of February to March 15th, which is, of course, before spring break for many, but you know, at the end of the day, we have a little bit of a longer break. So that's the rationale for that timeline. But really just to say, this is certainly not responding to Councillor Weeb's concerns, sort of a step towards trying to kill it by any stretch, because if that was the case, I actually think that we have more chance of doing that right now than we would 2 months from now, just based on some of the public feedback. I have a cup share, I have a well, I don't want to say the company name, there's a lot out there, but I have a cup share to go to my local coffee shop. I'm participating in the program. Right now we have a lot of anecdotal, whether it's going to a movie, smoothies, they don't charge, for example. If you're getting, you know, I actually put it out there publicly that I did pick up a carafe of coffee and it came with 12 cups and then that $3 charge, but was told, don't worry, we actually reduce the price of the coffee so that you don't get charged for the cups. And that really stuck out to me, is like, this is not working as intended in that scenario. So rather than having a whole bunch of anecdotal commentary, let's actually go and get the facts. And I will just note, it's not named specifically, but I know staff are going to go and look at this work. It's just a little bit more focused and directed and guided by council. If there is a lot coming back around bags as being something that we need to also be considering and discussing, I have no doubt that staff won't take the initiative to simply include that. That's logical, and our staff are very smart, and they'll do the absolute necessary work to give us a fulsome report back. So all that to say, again, thanks for that support. And I think the public are really going to Councilor Dominato's point, feel reassured that we are, as a council, are not just providing or coming in with a top-down policy. We are stepping into our role as a government to sort of roll something out and then go and look and see how's that actually working and use evidence or data to make any tweaks if necessary. So I'll leave it there. Thanks very much for the comments of support so far.
Okay, that's it. Thanks so much. That's it for debate. So let's move to the vote on this guy, this one. Here we go. That's passed unanimously. Thank you, Council. And we're back to the Councillor Dejanova's next. Go ahead, Councillor Dejanova.
A less controversial, perhaps, urgent business
Is this new
motion.
business? Yep.
So I've sent it in, circulated it. It was just a leave of absence for myself from the public hearing, from a portion of it tonight until 8 p.m. I'm hoping I'll be back sooner, but.
Okay. Thanks. Seconder for that, please. Heard Councillor Weeb. Thanks. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Thanks so much. Councillor Swanson, new business.
I have an inquiry.
Yep, that's next. We're still going through new business, so I'm going to go through the queue and see if there's any new business. Then I will move to inquiries, and that will be a new queue. Councillor Boyle, do you have new business?
No, sorry, that must be a holdover.
Okay, Councillor Fry, new business.
No, that's a holdover, Mayor.
Okay, thanks. So that's it for new business. We're going to move on to inquiries and other matters, and I have Councillor Swanson up to 5 minutes on your inquiry.
Yeah, so a while back we signed with the Park Board and the province an MOU that said, among other things, that we'd facilitate outreach and services when suitable space is not available for people who are in encampments. And recently there's been and we also signed that another part of that MOU said that one of the goals of it was to reduce the total number of unsheltered people to 0. And then we had this court decision recently about Crab Park that said that shelter had to be available, accessible, and suitable, and that the people who were actually moving into indoors had to have some say over what was suitable. So my question is staff working on a plan to meet the needs of people who are homeless at Crab and other places, and to meet our obligations under the MOU and the court case? And can we get a report on this relatively soon?
I'll ask the city manager.
Yes, thanks, Mayor Stern. Thanks for the question, Councillor Swanson. So yeah, we are preparing a briefing for council on that recent decision in relation to Crab Park. So happy to update you on that. There are legal issues there, so that briefing will be in camera. But I can say that from the initial establishment of the encampment in Crab Park, our staff, outreach staff, in conjunction with Park Board staff and BC Housing staff, have been in the park consistently. And in fact, in the case of park rangers and outreach staff, it's generally most days, if not every day, looking to support the folks who are there. All of the individuals who are staying in the park who are in fact homeless have been offered opportunities to move indoors. As you indicated, several and many of them have, but there are a group of people who to this point have declined the offers that have been made to them. So that process continues. There's lots of, I think, analysis to be done around that court decision. It's not a definitive decision, Councillor, as you would know if you read it. Essentially, the judge has referred the matter back to Park Board with a whole host of additional considerations and questions to be considered there. So it's still a very complex situation. The definition of suitable housing is at this point unknown as to how that would be determined. So those are issues that we're continuing to work on with our partners, both at Park Board and BC Housing. But yeah, we'll certainly provide you an update on that decision, Crab Park, what we're doing for the folks who are there, and any next steps we see coming out of that.
Thank you.
Councillor Dejanova, inquiries and other matters.
Thanks so much. My first inquiry is it's a question through you, Mayor, to the city manager, and it's regarding a motion that council passed that I brought forward recently, just in Q4, public safety evaluating and addressing any impacts of City of Vancouver actions on neighborhood safety, and in the therefore be it resolved clauses that council did pass, although some were amended. What was passed was further that council direct staff to request on behalf of council that the Vancouver Police Department share monthly updates to council members on serious crimes and violent crime in Vancouver. And I'm just wondering if that formal request has been made of VPD and if they have agreed to provide us with monthly updates on that.
Thanks for the question, Councillor. I'll have to double check around the requests to make sure that it has been formally conveyed. Certainly, I believe they were aware of the motion, but I will follow up with the chief on that point.
Thank you. Just in light of some of the serious and violent crimes we've heard about, especially over the past few days. And just today, I learned on social media that I suppose a bus has had its windows shot out of it. It's a bit concerning. I'm not sure. The mayor might know more, being on the mayor's council with TransLink, or maybe this is breaking news. I'm not sure. But I'd really appreciate that. Thank you. I'll leave it there for now.
Thank you. Councillor Hardwick, inquiries and other matters.
Yes, please. I have two. The first is regarding, in November, there was a report regarding a large cash payments to the City of Vancouver was made public. This was something that Councillor Dejanova had also commented on, and details were used in an article by Ian Young for the South China Morning Post. And the report revealed that in 2019, city staff accepted large amounts of cash without requiring identification. And furthermore, municipalities are not required to report or follow FinTrack guidelines. It is no secret that Vancouver, and by a larger extent our province, has become a safe haven for those looking to launder illegal funds, whether through luxury real estate, buying expensive cars, or through high-stakes gambling in our casinos. So I would like council to further direct city staff to review, or as an inquiry, if staff has reviewed the details that were in the untraceable report, and confirm if these funds came from legitimate sources.
City Manager?
So thanks for the question. Yeah, we are not in a position to trace cash payments, so that's not something that we would be able to do. We have, of course, as council knows, changed the policy, that we now follow essentially the payment limits that replicate the FinTrack reporting requirements, and did engage Peter German, who of course is one of the experts on money laundering, to support our decision-making and assessment of policy and so on in that regard. So we have done quite a bit of work on that issue in terms of going back historically and doing any kind of forensics on those particular cash payments. Again, happy to go back and speak to our accounting team, but we're going to be very limited in what we can do in that regard.
I think it would go a long way to creating confidence that we have done everything that we could do. But my next question is regarding, surprise, surprise, housing data. I put forward 2 years ago a motion seeking housing data in support of the Housing Vancouver strategy and how its targets were arrived at. Last summer, I had a conversation with the Director of Planning, who also put this in writing to an academic colleague, John Rose at Kwantlen University, that the housing data regarding zone capacity did not exist in machine-readable form, only in PDF reports of our zoning bylaws. So my question is, are we doing anything to resolve the situation, again, that we do not have data to be basing our policies on? And this has been, again, a persistent request of mine, and I would like to inquire what progress is being made by staff to deliver on what was requested and unanimously supported by council.
City Manager?
Yeah, thanks. And Councillor, certainly appreciate the ongoing questions that you've had on this topic and the exchange with staff over now a number of years on that. My understanding with respect to our data around zone capacity is that, yeah, we don't have data that we can compile in the fashion I think you're seeking. There's so much discretion built into our bylaws that data doesn't exist anywhere. It would take a property by property assessment to come up with that, which is a massive amount of work. So at this point in time, we have provided all the data, as I understand, that we have. There's certainly a lot of work that's being done around housing targets, housing need assessment, and so on for the Vancouver plan. Of course, it'll be council's prerogative to determine whether that data is sufficient for you to make decisions on. I think, again, our staff are doing what they can in that regard to put together the picture of what Vancouver's housing needs are. But I think, yeah, to your fundamental question around our ability to quantify zone capacity in the context that you're speaking is constrained by the nature of zoning in Vancouver and the information that we have.
Okay, well, I know this is not the place to conduct a debate, but that is categorically inaccurate. We have all of the data. It is just not in machine-readable form and needs to be converted. And again, we are making policies and decisions affecting people's lives and potentially billions of dollars in the city without having reliable underlying data. And so I just want to be on the record as suggesting that, again, when we hear that we are making decisions based on aspiration rather than evidence, it is not sufficient. And moreover, I know from the Director of Planning, when she showed me what they had in the city of Dallas, that this information is available and just will require some action and focus of staff to achieve it. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Hey, Councillor, we have up to 5 minutes for inquiries and other matters.
Yeah, I've got 2 inquiries. The first one is on the progress of the Broadway subway work, recognizing the interference with a lot of the small business owners. I'm wondering if we're going to get, as a council, a report from the Broadway subway team on current changes to the transportation plan, timelines, if we're still on time, because we're hearing from more and more businesses the difficulty they're having with understanding, getting up-to-date information, and making sure that they can sustain their business in the long term because timelines keep getting pushed. And I'm just wondering if there's an opportunity for us to have a public report or public memo from the Broadway team.
So thanks, Councillor, for the question. So we have received a number of questions from Council regarding Broadway subway and in impact on businesses and a whole number of specific questions that I believe our team is currently working to provide you information on. In terms of, I can certainly take back and talk further about all of that information, how it's being packaged, and the questions that you're hearing, and whether there's additional information that we can provide to assist both council and businesses or members of the public in understanding kind of the status of the project. So it's, like I say, a lot of work in progress to address that, but I'll look at how it's being conveyed back.
Okay, thank you very much. And the second one is on, it's great that we have a committee and we're continuing to move forward with UNDRIP and DRIPA, but we need to do the work ourselves as the city, and that's doing the colonial audit, recognizing the internal work that needs to be done on the harms that this council and the foundation of this government and where we stand. So I'm just wondering, is there ability for us to move that work internally, recognizing that we need to continue to do the amazing work that we are doing with UNDRIP and DRIPA externally, working with our three nations. But we as an organization, and I know it's stated when the Park Board did their review, the importance of us to review our departments internally to make sure that we can make the changes needed to have a less colonial system here in the city of Vancouver.
Thanks, Councillor. And happy to report back with more context on that. I mean, we as staff, our understanding of UNDRIP and DRIPA is that there is very much a focus as well on internal process. So we see actually at this point a lot of overlap between those two processes. And I think we're, like I say, I'll speak to our team, but there may be some questions around prioritization there for council to ensure that we're in fact, there's a limit, of course, to how much work we can do at any one time. And just which parts of this overall kind of broader priority, which is decolonization of our systems, processes, and so on, we're working on, and how that does relate back to the work of the UNDRIP task force. So thanks for the question. Like I said, I'll get back and probably frame that answer more comprehensively for you, but that's an issue right now that we're, I think, probably going to be seeking further direction from council on.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for that answer.
Thanks. Councillor Bly, up to 5 minutes.
Thanks very much, Mayor. I just wanted to raise a question that actually came up in terms of policy around our secured rental policy. And as we are constrained in the public hearing format, I just wanted to ask if we could receive information, a report back as I related to unit size and livability as defined in the secured rental policy, or sorry, in our zoning and development bylaw. And in addition to that information, I'd like to request information related to the proportion of units that we're seeing that are studios versus 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, and 3 bedroom, and how that trend has changed over the last 4 years. Specifically related to applications, purpose-built rental applications that have been approved by council in the public hearing process. So 2 parts, definition of livability in the secured rental policy / development bylaw, zoning and development bylaw, and then the second part is related to the change over time in terms of proportion of studios, 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, and 3 bedroom.
Thanks, Councillor. And just if I may clarify your second question there, that's specifically in relation to secured rental. You're looking at unit mix?
That's right.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Dominato, up to 5 for inquiries and other matters.
Thanks, Mayor. And just a question through you to staff. Is it possible to get an update on the rollout of zero waste centers at our sort of major commercial points and streets, as well as from Park Board on the rollout of zero waste centers in some of the key parks? I inquired a couple of years ago about parks in particular because of particularly where we have concessions and where there's absolutely no way to compost or recycle. It's literally just a garbage bin, and they're very busy in the summer months with pools. So I'm looking for an update both on the city side in terms of our commercial high street areas, as well as in our our very busiest parks.
Yes, certainly, Councillor, we can get you an update on where we're at on that issue.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks. Councillor Bly, you have 3 minutes left, or 3.5?
Thanks. Yes, thanks very much. I'll make this quick. I have a second inquiry, and that is related to the community overdose response team funding that did not get approved as part of the 2022 budget cycle. And my question is related to the position that was not funded, that was previously funded in 2021. Just as a quick refresh, the position is part of a creative partnership between Vancouver Coastal Health and Vancouver Fire. And the partnership saw over 1,000 follow-up visits of those that had suffered a overdose related to the poison drug supply crisis that we deal with in our city, and they either declined more treatment, or so it's a way for them to stay connected. And I just like a memo back or information back to council in terms of, I understand that there's conversations happening between Vancouver Fire, our fire chief, Karen Fry, and Vancouver Coastal Health to find out, are there other creative ways that we can address what is now quite a gap in terms of how we deliver services in the downtown east side. And I have been hearing from a number of advocates who are really concerned that that program was not funded and looking to find out how we can fill that gap. So that would be that inquiry.
Thanks, Councillor. As you note, Chief Fry is actively working on that with Vancouver Coastal, and we're looking at how we can supplement that program or replace it, or provide something in its stead. So yeah, happy to update you on the progress in that regard.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate that.
Thank you. I do think that's it for inquiries and other matters, so we can have a motion to adjourn. There we go. Councillor Hardwick, thanks. Do we have a seconder? Councillor Carr. Heard Councillor Carr. So all in favor, yay. Opposed, nay.
Yay.
Great. We are adjourned. Thanks so much. We'll see council back here at 6 p.m. for the public hearing. Thanks, everybody.